Greetings, everybody. My name is Coin. Welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Hopefully we're all doing well in both body and mind today. And before we get started, I would like to take just a moment to appreciate all of our contributors during this month's cycle. While we do not have any subscribers, Patreon members, or one-off contributors through Stream Elements, PayPal, and so on, I would like to thank people for having done that in the past. I really do appreciate that once again. And I would also like to continue to thank Mr. Rasby, the player, for their Valkyrie tier membership at coffee. I really do appreciate that. If you guys want your names read on these placards, a continuous membership through Twitch, Patreon, or coffee, or a one-off donation through either coffee or like Stream Elements or some other site is what is required to appear on those placards. Of course, you guys being here is more than enough, but if you do want your names on those placards, you know what you have to do. And I really, truly do appreciate it in advance. Welcome on in, Mr. Jason. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well today, and hopefully you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time, right at the beginning. We are going to outline a very different game plan today. First, a bit of a recap, and then followed by, the bookkeeping that happened while, we were off screen. So, last time, we wrapped up the Picketer region. We started going into the Typhlo region. We got the last of the glider set, the glide armor. I know that has a more profound name than that. No, it is the glide set. So yeah, we got the last of the glide set, and that's been a real boon. We started on the really long-winded Typhlo Ruins quest, which is probably going to have us unlock a piece of it for every sage we find. That was fun. Then we saw that the entirety of the Lost Woods was covered in this thick black gloom. And we had to go underground. We had to go out of order. We had to go underground, ascend through the ascend point in the depth, because that's what these are ascend points. These little cross-like shapes here. Yeah, you can ascend to very specific points using these. It's not quite fast travel. It's more like, here's some major location, and this is where you can expect to come out to on the surface. We saw the Deku Tree was sick, and nobody in the grove was talking. Turns out they had a gloom infection. Right here in the Deku Tree chasm, this tiny little closed off space here. Yeah, we fought a Phantom Ganon in that. And, the Lost Woods got much better afterwards. We got the memory for the... the last thing is that we got the memory for the Master Sword. We got the very first one. We were all kind of wondering what this was. Those of us that maybe hadn't seen this in a while. Yeah, that's what this memory is. It's the start of the whole thing, like prior to the awakening. So that's what happened last time. Today we're going to be dealing with a bunch of these these places that I've asterisked. These are Yiga bases. And I've managed to verify all the ones. I had a lot more on this map earlier, but I went and verified the one. I went ahead and verified those for you. We're gonna do that, and kind of like space out the forest a bit. But before we do that, I would like to see if maybe we could tackle this Great Fairy now that we've unlocked the first one, so that we could start with getting our second armor set. That explains the game plan and the recap. I did, in the process of just verifying those locations, I did bump into some more enemies. I got another savage bow. I did lose out on a couple of weapons, picked up a couple of new ones, burned through a few bits of supplies. We're a little bit closer to needing to cook some more, make more. I also went and ground up Pose. I got a lot more crystallized charges. Oh, and finally, where is it? It is... I went and ground up more ore, and just in the midst of doing everything, we have over 1,000 ore now. We're starting to get into the swing of the game, like, finally. Like, we're still running out of certain things, but we're at the point where I can kind of gallivant to and from. I don't need to, like, lock specific things behind. Did we see it yet? Did we see it yet? Usually something in the depths or out on the field is something we've seen already. The only thing I'm kind of locking behind, oh, we need to actually see this one, is would be the gloom hands. I want us to see all of those. Outside of that, nothing much has really changed. There was nothing nothing more with the bookkeeping. I just wanted to make sure I explained everything in one nice neat go. It is currently 13 minutes and 16 seconds into the VOD. If you guys want to skip ahead to that point, I might put a little bit of a timestamp on when the gameplay actually begins. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is very excited for the special surprise under the Typhlo ruins. Yeah, I'm sure that's gonna be a real treat, right? Because we kind of did, like, had to do the depth in Typhlo halfway in order to even unlock the ability to go into the overworld. Mr. Jason says, when I first played Donkey Kong 64 back in 1999, I didn't understand the vine mechanic, but I soon got into the swing of things. Oh, that's the ambient noise. We're starting nice and early, and it's nice to be streaming at an appropriate time today. I cannot tell you the number of times that... let me just double check YouTube here. I can't tell you the number of times this week and the last couple of weeks where we've gotten a late start multiple times. Whenever you go live is an appropriate time for me, Mr. Coin. I appreciate that, Mr. Jason. But as the founder and executive chair of the TCC, you understand where I'm coming from when I say that I am the type of person that values being punctual very highly, and it always sucks on multiple fronts when I can't be punctual for some reason. Let me stop and take a nice sip of Joe. A sip of Joe this fine afternoon. Nothing like a bit of caffeine to get things started. Oh, you said the same thing you did before. The sound of a flute. Right. We did already rescue this troop member, so I think all we have to do is just do the usual, take him up to the Great Fairy, and that ought to be it. Mm-hmm. Oh, how troubling. Oh, if it isn't our biggest fan. Thanks to you, Beats and Eustace came back. Oh, we're only missing one of them. Please accept my humblest gratitude for easing their worries. Thank you most musically. With a beat that makes you dance and a horn melody that brings sunshine to the world, no one can resist us. But I'd better save some energy for the performance and not fritter it all away on chatting. By the way, I remember you, Traveler. You mean you tell everyone that little bit before getting to me? Are you here out of concern for the Great Fairy? Good Lord. No, am I wrong? You're not here to meet with the Great Fairy Kesa? Perhaps you came here to visit Outskirts Stable. I'll go ahead and drop the voice now. I'm sorry to say the Great Fairy here has also withdrawn into her flower bud and hasn't come out in a while. She must be scared to appear, just like what happened at Woodland Stable. This Great Fairy used to enjoy hearing Pipper play in our troupe. She loved the sweet notes of his flute. So I'm sure the sound of his flute would cheer her up now, but I'm afraid Pipper isn't with us right now. It might be Piper. It might be Piper, now that I think about it. Oh, Piper is a young flutist? I have trouble with that word, because I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to say that as a flutist, but I've never seen it spelled that way before. With the Stable Trotters. But one day he took his leave from the troupe, and we haven't seen him since. A traveler from Farron to the southeast said they heard the sound of a flute at Highland Stable, but... I see. So all the fairies are unlocked with music, huh? That's interesting. Mr. Jason says, I love how the Stable Trotters play Epona song. Me too. It's certainly a nice callback. Okay, if we can't have that one, I guess I'm gonna try the other one, and I'm gonna hope one of our other troupe members is the necessary one in order to unlock that Great Fairy. I'm gonna hope that that's the case. Because we got the one for the violin. I'm pretty sure it's one. Oh, dang it. I ate my cold resist food for this. Alright. It's fine. Let's, actually, our stealth won't much matter here. We should just equip the Rito armor for this. I do apologize for the lack of a Titus laugh. I do not have that in our little bit of a repertoire yet. That is very much still a work in progress. Okay, hold on. Is the troop... No, yeah, this would be the area where the troop is. Oh, do they have to be done in order? Do they have to be done in order? I think they might have to be done in order. That is complete sadness, if that is the case. Or maybe it's, let's try resting and see if that does something. I don't think it will, but we're gonna try anyway.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming in such bad weather. Oh. Welcome to the stable. Do you want to lodge with us? Give me the Melania bed, please. You'll wake up more energized. Yep, morning, please. Let's see if the troop rotates around. I don't think it does. I am Melania, the god of horses. I hunger for an herb sauté, a meal of vegetables cooked in Goron spice. Dang it! Bring me the food I crave, and I will enhance your horse's abilities. That has to be strange. Just, you're sleeping in the middle of the night, and some god is like, bring me a tiramisu, and I will give, many blessings unto you, or something like that. Oh. Yeah, I heard a message. It was hungry. It came from a hungry god. What's this world coming to? Time what? Oh, right. Yep, all this is the same. No points available for, they don't give us a broadcast of the reward. All right. Yeah, okay, these have to be done in order. Let's try shifting the time a little bit, but I'm pretty sure these have to be done in order. That's kind of sad. Yep, okay. So our flutist friend is like down here probably. If I had to guess, there's going to be some chasm, or not chasm, some like place they're stuck in right here. That would be my thought process there. All right, are we ready to head into the depths? I sure hope to God we are, because that is what we are doing today. That's not all we're going to do. I mean, if we get done verifying and cleaning out all the Yiga bases that I've found, if we clean all of those out and there's nothing left for us to check out, then, you know, we'll start talking to the great Deku Tree and all the Koroks and get those quests started. But our game plan is to kind of take it easy today while still making a little bit of progress. Let's go ahead and do that. You found a funny post? Oh, where from? And what about? I am curious. Let's just have issues. Let's have more issues. I love ramming into rock walls. I love having issues controlling Zonai vehicles. Mr. Jason says, just WTF is up with the stable trotters. Chilling at a stable, enjoying their performance, warp to another stable on the other side of the map. The stable trotters are already there ahead of me, like WTF, and yet these assholes couldn't get to the great couldn't get to the great fairies on your own. You're damn right. Sorry for the French, but like, come on. Yes, they could totally just be there. Like, this is one of those kinds of side quests, and it's definitely meant to pad out the playtime, as opposed to actually do anything meaningful. I guess it gives us an excuse to use the horse harness, right? Worst part about that, though, is that we can't even, like, actually use that horse harness. When you ram the cliff there, Aelin would be proud. See, here's the problem with that, though, Mr. Jason. Aelin only counts, like, like people or creatures. Places cannot, in fact, be rammed, because to be rammed means to be hit with a Zonai device, like attacked with a Zonai device, or, to have an explosion. I guess you could explode random walls. You can ram walls with Zonai devices, but that's not very satisfying. They're looking for the cinematic, definitely over-budgeted movie explosion. Base Construction Manual Volume 2. Relay bases must be built to facilitate safe and effective navigation of the depths. All bases should follow the operation guidelines below to ensure the quick and flexible deployment of personnel. 1. Secure all treasure and valuables, such as crystallized charges, in the storehouse. 2. Select one person. That's a mistake right there. To ensure that the storehouse is thoroughly sealed and protected at all times. 3. If the storehouse is threatened, other personnel must immediately report to engage in hostilities. See Volume 1 for information about base placement. Glory to Master Koga. Let's play a game. Are you guys ready? Let's play a little bit of a sub-game. Let's fix their protocol so that they're better villains. 1. Secure all treasured valuables in the storehouse. Don't specify what kind of valuables in your notebook. Just say valuables. Leave the specification of that to your superiors. Yes, that means you want people that actually have pink matter between their two ears with a good working functioning memory. Number 2, select a lot of people to ensure that the storehouse is thoroughly sealed and protected at all times. Section 2B, do not put the sealing mechanism anywhere near the storehouse. For maximum effectiveness, Master Koga should be the one with the sealing mechanism. Section 3, if the storehouse is threatened, make sure to evacuate all the valuables and leave decoys so that the valuables remain safe while those personnel are sacrificing themselves for glory to Master Koga. And then, don't say see volume 1. Don't do that. Definitely glory to Master Koga. Sorry. If you're going to be a villain, be a better one. I know the whole trope is that villains are not exactly supposed to be, I know the whole thing is that to beat a villain, they can't necessarily be all that smart. Or eventually you have to, outwit them. But, it's not very fun if you outwit them every time. There should be a bit more of a back and forth. Okay, we killed a random goon, but that was not the goon that was responsible for stealing the thing. We need to look around a little bit more and find the one that's actually doing that and bring it to an end. Assuming that something weird isn't happening, which I can't see any other... Mr. Jason says you're correct, Mr. Coin, but you missed one particular? Oh, what's that? Since you are, in fact, after all, the master of trolls there. Koga is an idiot. Yes, I know. Ideally, your boss would be a much smarter person. And in fact, would not be an idiot. Ah. Well, the stuff in the storehouse is good. We're gonna take that and place that way over there. I thought those were gonna be like poison bananas because they kind of had some green blotchiness to them, but that might just be me looking at the TV more than anything. Mr. Shiny, welcome on in, Mr. Shiny. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind today, and hope you enjoy your stay. As I've explained to Mr. Jason, you've come in at a good time. We are going to be knocking out all the Yiga bases that we passed by, either when we were discovering, when we were mapping out the depths ourselves on camera, or we were, having me do that off screen. Like anything we've missed, we're gonna take care of that today. Mr. Shiny says just bought fish, frozen sushi, Lay's potatoes, and an orange Fanta. Eating so healthy right now. I mean, the sushi is healthy. If they're like kettle cooked Lay's, they're okay. Like about 16 chips or so is what a healthy serving usually is. Like about a couple of grams. And the orange Fanta is like the kicker, but I mean, you gotta be able to enjoy what you're eating. That sounds good though. Especially the sushi. I would love to be having that right now. Mr. Jason says some of my senior staff in the TCC are most definitely smarter than me, Mr. Coin. Especially Jamie, but I don't mind as I just delegate to the board. Fair. Yeah, it's not... Being smart is not... I shouldn't say... That makes it sound like dumb people become leaders, like, exclusively. You don't necessarily always need smarts to be an effective leader. You just need to be smart enough and the ability to take ownership of and, like, make direction on decisions. But having smarts certainly helps. Mr. Shiny says it's still better than American Fanta. I wouldn't know. All I know is American Fanta, and that is mostly like synthetic food coloring and like tons of artificial flavoring. We got a whirling basher. What the heck? Oh, that's got to be like a part that you could put on. That's got to be like something you put on a tank or something. That would make the most sense. European Fanta tastes like oranges as in fruit, so probably like oils and other stuff. Yeah, that would make some sense. Oh, please tell me I did not lose the hover bike. Okay, good, it's still here. I really should put a bright bloom seed on this. American Fanta tastes like orange in the color. Yeah, like it's one of those. We really want it to taste like synthetic orange. How do you do that? Ascorbic acid, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary people. Ascorbic acid is how you do that. You are and you know are not ascorbic. I'm sorry, that's citric acid. But there are other acids in oranges that help give them their flavor and like smell. That's the thing. Like, there are people that are like, surely we could, you know, extract the acids from an orange and get ooh, a Colgera. Yeah, I know. They're over there. We have not technically defeated that one yet. However, I would like to maybe put that on the table for later. No matter how quick the fight is. Well, yeah, I don't really have anything. I don't even have a stick I could, like, put a Colgera jaw on. That's gonna have to be for later. Besides, it'll be there for later. And it'll respawn. That's the nice thing about underground bosses. Something that I definitely think... Or like respawning bosses. This is definitely a thing I think would have given Breath of the Wild like some extra breath of life. Mr. Shiny says, by the way, Mr. Coin, have you tried diving through Colgera's crystal cores? Yep. Not only did I do that during the first fight, because Mr. NK asked me to do that, but later on when we fought one of these, I believe it was... No, was it this one? Hold on. Yeah, we did fight this one. There's another one lying around that I thought I saw, but we never actually got around to fighting. I'm pretty sure it was this one. This first Colgera that we, that someone asked me to defeat him entirely by, you know, diving through the crystal cores. So yeah, I feel pretty confident in saying yes. I have, I did dive through those cores, and I did beat him entirely that way. I also did that a few times off camera too. Okay, let me tilt here. And then do it like this. And let me try to bring it up for a quick park. Ideally behind or underneath a platform. Yeah, while we wait for that to recover. Colgera was the only boss I forgot to take a photo of. Yeah, I know the feeling, Mr. Jason. I know the feeling. I believe. I think one. I want to say it was either Mr. Shiny or maybe neither of you were there yet. But I did have to reset Colgera in the Wind Temple and do it again for the photo. Because the first time, like it's an easy boss, but I forgot to take the photo. Yay. Yay for forgetting photos of monsters. Thank goodness I know that if we run into trouble, with, oh, we must have cleared this out already. That's the only thing that makes sense. Alright. Sorry for wasting everyone's time with these, but I just want to make sure that we've, you know, gotten all of the Yiga bases up to this point so that we're not... I'm not going, huh? Wait, did we do that one? This'll probably happen at least one other time too, but it'll be good to like eliminate these. Were you just curious, Mr. Shiny, or was there a particular reason you were asking that? Did you want to see me defeat Kolgera that way? Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin just randomly have a sealed copy, physical copy of every Minecraft Legacy Edition? Nice. Mr. Shiny says, I was just curious if you've done that, Mr. Coin. Very well. Yeah, I have done that quite a few times. I don't know. Is it weird for me to say that I prefer shooting the crystal cores as opposed to diving through them? Like, I know diving is the resource efficient way of doing it, of dealing with that boss, but I think there's just something so much more epic by, you know, shooting a flaming arrow into a frozen core. But that's a me thing for sure. I hope that's at the very least not controversial, if nothing else. All right, let's get ready to topple this Yiga clan member very quickly. How about that? Ugh. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. I get the I was expecting this to be a bit more epic. I'm not gonna lie. Then again, we did already defeat Master Koga, so these guys are just kind of bumbling idiots. What the heck? Is this an altar? There are 2 bits of lore here. Mr. Shiny says what I'm doing is what you do is dive through the first core and then try to shoot the rest in one cycle when Kolgera is moving upwards. If done correctly, you could 2-cycle Kolgera like this. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm also able to 2-cycle Kolgera with, you know, 6 arrows. Like, I don't think making them flaming is required for, you know, shooting them, if I remember correctly. But 6 like, yeah, I'm fairly confident I've 2-cycled Kolgera before. Okay, is this this looks like a part 1. A secret hot spring was recently located in a valley in the Hebra Mountains. I found that curious, given that most are in Eldin. However, upon being dispatched to this area, I discovered the spring's source, a waterfall of flowing lava in the depths. Put plainly, this is a confirmation of a connection between the depths and the surface. Where else might these connections be? Maybe there's more to discover in this place than I initially thought. Glory to Master Koga. It seems that the monsters in this place do not sleep. While exploring, we had no choice but to set up camp near a nest of monsters. We waited for them to sleep to mount an attack, but it was in vain. We kept watch for 3 days and nights. No sleep. Glory to Master Koga. P.S. That sleeping one-eyed giant was an exception. Perhaps it was just very lazy. So if you didn't know about Hinoxes and Stallnoxes, That would be where you'd learn about them, if nothing else. Mr. Jason says, I find the Yiga clan funny, Mr. Coin. The foot soldiers are idiots. The leader is an idiot. But the blade masters are actually pretty smart. Yeah, I feel like if an actual blade master were in charge, you know, we would actually have like a halfway, you know, decent enemy faction on our hands. All right, what are we getting this time? Oh, I saved a build of that, but looks like this is just straight up available as a schematic. Interesting. So let's see, do I still have that? I do. We could get rid of that. No, I don't want to build that. I want to get rid of it because we already have. Now my model was different, but I can always build upon their model later. Let's see. The Yiga clan makes... Hold on. I missed one. Shiny says, each core takes 3 arrows, you think? That sounds about right. Easy to do with a multi-shot bow. Yup. I usually, like, when I have one on hand, I do, in fact, usually use those to clear out Colgera. Ooh, I nearly knocked out my headphones. It's not good. Then you go on to say, the Yiga clan makes me think of one saying, who's dumber, the one who's smarter or the one that follows them? Who's dumber, the one who's dumb or the one who follows them? I mean, the idea is that the person who's dumb is just dumb, right? Because the person who's smart, that's looking to take over a clan and operate it for themselves, you know, wants to maybe do a better job, quote unquote. It's the how do I word this? For those that play tabletops, you may know what I'm talking about. In Pathfinder, there is a specific race of goblins called blue-blins, or they're sometimes called blue goblins. They are psionically gifted goblins that are weaker than hobgoblins and regular goblins, and so they get bullied. But if they survive, then and they manage to defeat the enemy, like, chief in combat, or not an enemy chief. They manage to defeat their own chieftain in combat or find a weakened chieftain and take it out. They end up becoming, you know, clan shamans, or they can even, quote unquote, pretend to be the shaman while they're actually secretly, psychically manipulating the chieftain to do the things they want them to do. It's pretty cool, although very insidious. Mr. Shiny says, oh my god, my brain barely brains today. That's fine. Join the club. My brain feels like it's a little bit on jet lag today. Not gonna lie. Okay, we want to be heading this way, so I'm gonna put a pin there so I know where I'm going. Mr. Jason says, for example, Mr. Coin, Suga from Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. Yeah, I know who Master Suga is. An elite blade master in the right hand of the Koga. I won't say anything more than his name, though. Yeah, from what I remember, he kind of, like, just constantly rolling his eyes at Master Koga. It's like, really? I can't believe I have to clean up after this idiot again. Oh, well. Well, you know, clan loyalty and all of that. Let's see. Yeah, we want a large charge. I farmed these up for a good reason. Riveting gameplay, right? I know it's not the most exciting thing we could be doing, but, you know, At some point, we do have to knock these out. Mr. Jason says, I feel like as a Super Mario Maker 2 troll level creator, I would be a good fit to run the Yiga clan, but I would not want to do that because that would make me lower on the villain rung than a bokoblin. Yeah, I mean, the Yiga clan are just very banana-brained. And the sad thing is that they didn't have to be that way. I get the feeling that, you know, some of that is meant to be a joke on, like, having a monkey or an ape or some sort of simian villain. I get the feeling that that's kind of what that running joke was there for. But if they weren't so banana-brained, I think I would find them a bit more compelling. Nintendo has a bad habit of doing this too, or like I should say the devs for like Nintendo franchises have a bad tendency to make their villains banana-brained. Jason says, I mean, if Koga did revive Ganon, I know that Ganon would take one look at him and say, who the f are you? Get out of my sight. Ugh. Oh, come on. Ha! You thought you were gonna drive around and ram your little Zonai vehicle into me. I'll show you a thing or two, Yiga Clan. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, as would I. Yeah, I would do to Master Koga what Demise did to Girahim, from Skyward Sword, and that is to say, I would fold him into my being if I could. I'm eager to learn more about the incredible new power that has captured Master Koga's attention. It is said to be an ancient power that can construct transportation machines in an instant. No more making them by hand. According to Master Koga, the designs used by this wondrous skill can be found somewhere around here. If that's true, then we may recover the knowledge of the ancients and learn how to make all sorts of useful marvels. I hope we find it. The research team on the surface will be so jealous. They're working on something similar themselves. Glory to Master Koga. Mr. Shiny says, I've also purchased a game called The Spirit of the North. 85% off sales, not something to pass on. I agree. That is a really, wow, that's gotta be pretty cheap. Like, extremely cheap. Like, $5 or $10 cheap. Mr. Jason says, I don't mean so in the negative way, but I am supposed to be a villain, technically. And I do enjoy the notoriety, Mr. Coin. Troll levels are meant to be fun. Mine are somewhat fun, but mine are supposed to really test you. I bet your levels are the subject of many skips in endless mode. Because I don't think troll levels get filtered out of endless runs, if I recall correctly. Mr. Shiny says, indeed, I purchased it for less than $4. That's awesome. The heck? A sprinkler system? What the heck are we gonna do with that? What? What? Okay, like, I didn't know the Yiga were into gardening all of a sudden. I'm sure that's not what it is, right? I'm sure that the sprinkler system, you can, like, whip it out if you're worried about fire patches on the ground or something. Like some sort of minor utility thing. But, like, come on, most people are gonna fly over that stuff. They're gonna fly, they're gonna drive, or they're gonna bring like an opal rod for that sort of thing. They're not gonna be doing that. This is a Frox, and one we have not fought before, and it's a blue horn Frox. And I see the opportunity for ore. Why don't we liven things up for like a hot second? And what weapons do I have on hand? Okay, good. I do have a Moblin hammer. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, Ganondorf just wants to destroy everything. But I, and Super Mario Maker 2, just want the world to burn while I play with the person's mind. Some would argue that's worse. Some would argue that's, like, way worse. It's like, it's sociopathic, even. That said, I know that you're not trying to turn someone's mind into putty. 3, 5 hits. Yep. I see you over there. I've gotten Froxes to somewhat of an art, even. Just 4 or 5 attacks. And all I have to do is just kind of like, wait, I fight these things so much that, kind of like Lionel's, they are... They're basically like clockwork for me. What? I hit it. Oh, it must have been invulnerable during that. Run. These things are scary the first time. And then after that, you know, it's just a matter of repeating the same procedure over and over again with halfway decent weapons. I don't think so. I don't think so? Dang it. No, actually, he thinks so, and it's happening. Wow, that he really do be leapfrogging a little bit. Oh no, this was supposed to be routine. You've got to be kidding me. There, got him. Gotcha now, you hexagon scaled freak. Is my hover bike still there? Probably not, but we definitely made up for it in materials. Blue-white frocks. Stop by a tree, right? It really, like I said, battling frocks it can become, like any enemy, I guess, in any game ever, you can always pare that down to like a science, right? But some enemies take longer. Some enemies definitely take a lot longer in order to become a science. That Frox got pretty stumped, says Mr. Shiny. Mr. Jason says, yeah, a troll level could be psychological psychological torture. Yeah, please see all of the troll level content creators as proof of that. All of the memes that have ensued because of it. Fab, like the Beast, you know, DGR, Ryukar, and so on. You know, Pangaea, Panga. I could go on. Just all kinds of crazy memes and hilarity ensuing because some trolls really are designed to be a bit like psychological torture. It's torture you sign up for, but you're still engaging in it. I'm like really treading that line between acceptable discussion about you know, signing up for psychological torture and like something like there was a famous dude from Japan. He was asked to he was asked to live off lottery tickets for like a whole year and a half. It was super scuffed. He like it that lasted 2 seasons, and by the time the second season was done, I remember, you know, watching it pretty succinct. I remember watching a YouTube documentary about it. He got traumatized by what happened at the end, where he was so used to being moved around and having the goalposts moved in order to do the live by lottery ticket thing all over again, and like sweepstakes scratch offs, that when he did finally get put into a birthday box or like some sort of stage prop, and then the stage prop was revealed or like unboxed, quote unquote, the dude just started crying, like, and he covered his face. He was stark naked. It was a really, really like bad Japanese series, really bad. Mr. Jason says, you can see why I say name a video game villain. SMM2 troll creators are more evil now, right? I do see that. Yeah, I certainly would say there is some validity to that claim, but by the same token of margin, we also do not need this pin. We can get rid of that. Same token of margin, you know, it's only true, like, that only has some validity if we're separating the digital world from the physical one, right? Like, you would not be that type of person in real life. You would not set people up to run physical gauntlets of the same nature for prizes or clout. Like a certain billionaire entrepreneur who may be very famous in the YouTube sphere, a certain name I will not mention, but a name that most people should know quite well. I would like to think most of us are not him. Mr. Shiny says, okay, testing how typing in horizontal works, and it's not too terrible. Nice. I can't stand it personally. I don't know. My phone kind of does weird things with like the way the keyboard is broken up, but oh, you guys might be wondering, wait, this isn't a Yiga base. What the heck's going on? Your friend Coin has also went and mapped out some of these mines. Okay, let me do myself a favor and mark this with a bright bloom seed so we don't lose it. There we go. I did in fact map some of these. Already grabbed the sediment out of them and everything, so all we have to do is get the chests. That's why I got the 1100 ore that I have. Da 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 da. Legend has it this armor was once cherished by a hero who sailed the Great Sea. It's said to have been a gift from his great-grandmother. The Wind Waker set. More of that. We'll just sort that by set. We are Tunic of the Wind. Yeah, okay, this is the Wind Waker set. My goodness. Oh, why did that not play? See you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that, folks. That was a glitch in the system. Some things in Firebot did not get turned on appropriately. I apologize for that impromptu commercial break. Normally there's supposed to be a warning about those. Hopefully we all kind of got the cue to get up and stretch. I promise that's not a permanent feature. That is a glitch of the system. As a result of that, I'm going to wait to shill until the second hour. I think that's fair for such an egregious slip up. Okay, where is our friend the hover bike? I know it was around here somewhere. Should just be looking for a light in the darkness. I hope. Yeah, I think we went up here, right? Trying to get an eye on it. Huh. No, I think it winked out again. This was after putting a bright bloom seed on top of it. I think I very much just stepped too far out of range. Oh well, rather than, worry myself sick about it. Hover bike. And we have plenty of ore. I'm not even worried remotely at all about, that stuff. Mr. Jason goes on to say Ganondorf wouldn't even touch some of our levels. Maybe. There are like skits that make me think, maybe that wouldn't be the case. Well, we're definitely not finding an old hover bike now, because we assembled a new one and we're only allowed to have one of these at a time. And it seems I've seen some like YouTube skits where if someone could make Ganondorf smarter, they would just put the key inside of an unlockable chest in a dungeon and just kind of go from there. That is another Frox. What color is it? I think this was an obsidian one. Assuming we didn't kill it. This one should have respawned by now. Maybe we did kill it, though. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that's probably what happened. Never mind. Okay, our next pit stop is, like, right over there in the water. I assume we're gonna pick up some more lore. Maybe even a newfangled schematic. Wouldn't that be nice? Go ahead and read this. Everything we do must be in service to our ultimate goal. To that end, we must mine crystallized churches. I believe we've already knocked this one out, though. The crystals seem to contain a mysterious energy that powers Zonai devices. They are readily found in the abandoned mines in all regions. Perhaps these areas were once prosperous mining centers. The crystals are extremely rare. So when one is discovered, it must be kept under strict guard. Glory to Master Koga. Okay, we're in combat with something, but what? And they were just gonna bugger off, huh? Bye. Yiga schematics are pretty interesting. One of them allows us to do effective fishing. The design is very human, if you know what I mean. Oh, does it have like, yeah, like it kills the fish, right? It uses electricity or like nets, in order to catch the fish. Mr. Jason says, but the results are quite shocking. Yeah, they use electricity to do that. Yeah, I'm not generally a fan of modern day fishing practices. And especially whaling. Like, I get it. Whale blubber and that sort of stuff can be considered part of the culture. And you know, Japan and other places have limited land. You have to make do with what you have, and that means farming resources wherever you can. But there's still got to be some kind of limit on that, or species will go extinct. It's, and that's not to say we don't, we Americans don't do any of that either. We do. I don't think we whale. Pretty sure we don't do that. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like 90% confident I would have learned about a whaling industry pretty early on as a school child if we actually did any for the States. But we do a lot of fishing, and a lot of them use nets in order to catch them, in order to catch fish. We do that sort of thing with horseshoe crabs. No, horseshoe crabs are very much at the bottom. I think we have to actually send machines to go grab, like, horseshoe crabs. Their blue blood is very useful for certain medicines. Because without those medicines, certain diseases would be a lot more prolific, let's say. Just gonna do that. I probably better go down there. Really? Wow. That is not great. No, that'll be enough out of you. Mr. Jason says, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Coin, but is most American school topics if it ain't about America? Oh, it broke! It broke! You can't be serious! It freaking broke clean in half! Is that salvageable? I usually don't see a hover bike just snap clean in two like that. What? That probably isn't functional, but I've got to test that, know for sure. I wouldn't say if it isn't effectively, American. Oh, is this gonna work properly? It actually does. It is with auto build. Like, I know that, this particular hover bike, it was made with auto build. So I know it makes some amount of sense for, I have seen hover auto build devices, you know, snap cleanly into parts before, but I guess I'm just not used to a hover bike snapping off so cleanly. Usually once it snaps off, it just you know, dissipates because it's effectively mineral glue, but it didn't do that here. I'll call this what it is, and you know, that is a relatively nice save. No, we learned things about well, I shouldn't say that. We learned more about how the world generally was, but we don't learn about, like, specific regional history unless it's, like, part of a curriculum. So we wouldn't learn everything there is to learn about English history. We get, like, a general overview. So, like, most Americans know who the Windsors were, they, you know, and are. We know about Queen Elizabeth II, Queen Elizabeth I. We know about King Henry VIII and Bloody Mary. We know about the Stonehenge as, like, a society. Like, we know quite a few general things, but more specific history than that, no. And we certainly don't put the English perspective on it. We have an outsider's perspective looking in. So if you guys learn different things about Bloody Mary or King Henry VIII than we do, I certainly wouldn't know it. In American history, well, we all get taught the rigmarole, but that doesn't mean we all care about it. I just like many other school children, I also got put through rigorous, rigorous class time on American history, and I couldn't even tell you all the U.S. I couldn't even tell you some of the years and dates for various things in U.S. history, because I just don't care about it. It's not that important. The here and now is what's important. Or history as it pertains to the now is important. Remembering where we come from all the time is not that important. Because the thing about American history is, if it were just simply taught as history, that would be fine. But it's not. It's propagandized. It's being propagandized all the time. There are people that are constantly trying to whitewash history. There are people trying to blackwash U.S. history. There are people that say America got its start in 1619 with the foundational colonies, and there are others who say its history doesn't begin until, 1724 or something like that. When we got our our Declaration of Independence, signed, and when our first articles of, government power were being drafted. You wouldn't think that particular little distinction means all that much, in a vacuum without additional context. But there's a reason why Juneteenth is like an unofficially recognized holiday here in the United States. It's supposed to be to recognize the fact that slaves were brought over and our country was built off of their backs. They didn't get useful skills other than what their masters wanted them to have. They didn't generally enjoy very good status in society. Even the ones that were married to slave owners did not enjoy particularly good status in society. And too often, there were, black slave owners that are used to sort of curmudgeon and beat down the idea that American chattel slavery is like a uniquely bad thing that should be remembered. It's very problematic, but we're at a time in history where talking about that type of thing, it can be very problematic, and I'm putting that lightly on purpose. Yiga Clan Notebook. I've succeeded in riding a horse made of bones. It has some kind of fancy name. Stall horse, perhaps? On the surface, witnesses report seeing it only at night. I saw it up there, just once. Ever since I wanted the chance to ride that horse, I never thought I'd get that chance in the depths. However, it must be some kind of demonic beast. It ran through gloom without even noticing. I need to practice so I don't get thrown off again. As soon as I recover, I'm going to find another one. Glory to Master Koga. That does not have anything to do with your mission assignment, bud. Okay, oh, I see the offending hover ship. It's over there. There are I think there are two. Either that or just that one is, like, very loud. Dang it. So close. Mr. Jason says, someone misunderstood the assignment with that then. Oh, definitely, for sure. Okay. Oh, yep, this is definitely what I'm hearing. It's up here. Really? Gotcha. Oh, you are not about to knock me off. Thank goodness. That would have been really nasty. Oh. Yeah, so long story short, TLDR, you know, TLDL didn't listen for, you know, a number of reasons. American history is very much a politicized thing. As much as I hate to say that, because history, you know, past history should not be political. It is. I guess political history is political. Yes, that's such a non-sequitur as well. I'm gonna follow that. Political history being political is no surprise, but I guess what I'm trying to say is not every piece of history has to necessarily, it should not be contextualized in terms of politics. Because what tends to happen is, because politics is such a team sport, instead of just telling the history, it becomes, how do we tell it from our point of view? How do we tell our truth with our story? Having it be told our way. You see what I'm doing there with that? Oh no! Ah, I need to just. I've gotta just trust that this thing is gonna stay, you know, in range. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, so far in your safe you found 22 Octoroks, rock Octoroks around Death Mountain. Tears of the Kingdom or Breath of the Wild? Like, which game in specificity, if you don't mind? Got it. Mr. Shiny says, that happens to history in any country, honestly. Yeah, I know. I can still find it sad, though. A hero in one history book is a criminal in the other. Too true. Wise words were in fact uttered there. Mr. Jason says, Tears of the Kingdom. Gotcha. What? Bomb bouquet? What? Is it just literally 4 bombs stapled to each other? It might be. And what would making that with mineral glue, aka zonite, or even do? A part of me really wants to try that. Mr. Shiny says, this design will blow your mind. I agree. Part of me wants to try it with zonite glue and just kind of see what happens. Yeah, going back to, like, history, I mean, we're not really taught who the... We're taught villains in kind of like a unique capacity in American history. You know, we're told, you know, the British monarchy generally tried to enslave us. Did not give us proper representation. You know, we had things going good. We were happy citizens of the, you know, British Empire. And then when they taxed us into oblivion and continually tried to bring us to heel all the time, we got mad. and decided we wanted nothing more to do with the British monarchy. Outside of that, and it took us a long time before we even became friends with the British again, like a couple hundred years, in fact. I don't know why I decided to make a random pit stop here. That's kind of my bad. And I'm kind of really generalizing things. The specificity in history is important. I just don't have the necessary time to, like, gloss over all that right now. That will require, like, 4 to 6 hours with actually halfway prepared notes. Or are you gonna jump up? Hot damn, that frog do be jumping. Mr. Jason says this design has explosive results. Oh, I'm about to bump into the firmament. Let's not do that. Wow, that would have been bad. Especially with that particular battle music. Absolutely not. I try to keep an open mind with history, and I believe the guy's name is Taro. Dev that is responsible for the creation of the Nier series said it pretty well. History does not have good or bad people in it. History only is. You know, history does not have clear, obvious winners and losers. Well, it has winners and losers. But it doesn't have heroes and villains. And Shiny kind of alluded to that, or did allude to that same perspective of history is multifaceted, and I'm sure in other countries, in fact, I know that in other countries, we're definitely not lauded as heroes. We're considered, you know, greedy overlords that have a cupiditous love for money, and are willing to do anything to get it. In some eras, that characterization fits more than others. Recently, Master Koga has been devoted to studying an amazing new power. It's rumored that this power can make new vehicles in an instant. Imagine the time his wisdom will save. Easing our exploration of the depths is worth the momentary diversion from Master Koga's primary goal. He sent a team to the abandoned mine in the depths under South Hyrule Field to follow a lead about this miraculous power. If Master Koga's predictions are correct, constructing machines in the dark depths will become much simpler. Glory to Master Koga. I feel like I'm reading class action propaganda for whatever strange reason. Okay, we gotta find our... There it is. Okay, good. What schematic are we gonna find now? Also, we have like over 1,000 crystallized charges. We should probably do something with those. Cargo carrier. Wow, that certainly is something. Let me just kind of tilt that around. Yeah, you kind of like use this to tote, if you know that like a Korok has to get to some point on land, you could totally use that instead of a hover bike. Mr. Shiny says those crystallized charges can be exchanged for Zonai devices in where you upgrade your battery. Yep. Just gotta take the time to do that. Thankfully, we have a pretty easy spot to do that. In pretty much any of the places where a forge construct is, also has one of these lovely, lovely constructs that will give us nice Zonai devices. We'll definitely do that after we've mapped out all of these all of these Yiga bases, because we're going to be getting a ton of crystallized charges for our effort. I still can't believe... I didn't ever really think we were going to get more than, like, 600 at a time. 1,000 is just crazy town. It's nuts. As a cautionary statement about, like, the whole discussing history bit, please do your own homework. Please. Don't, like... I am not an expert. I am more in tune with the sciences than I am with history. I don't care that much about it. It's not really that important. I mean, it's important contextually, but that's anything. It's always important with context. But you should definitely... Oh, that is gonna be a... That's gonna be marking it down for later. Do I want to kill this? Probably not. Let's not. That's a lot of time to waste. For, like... I mean, I did it for an obsidian or a blue frox, but those were blue. The obsidian ones don't matter as much. Anyway, yeah, like I was saying, you know, do your own research. Make sure you don't go to conspiracy sites to learn your history, and that will save you a lot of heartache. And definitely do not look at American institutions right now in order to get your history, because I guarantee you, right now, it is nothing but a propaganda pit. One place, and maybe Mr. Jason might be willing to, like, weigh in a little bit, but every place here in America has been such a propaganda pit lately that I've been tuning into the BBC, is that correct? The British Broadcasting Company? Is that right? I think that's right. I have to be really careful. I've been tuning into them for global news because I'm afraid of swallowing government propaganda. Welcome on in, Mr. Raspy. Good to see you again, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind today, and I hope you enjoy your stay.
Find the Albinoric woman.
We will find the Albinoric women. You've got the word on that. Raspy says, you know it's going to be good when you join the stream and the very first word is propaganda. Yeah, we were kind of just on a bit of a historical conversation where we mostly talked about the fact that history doesn't really have, history doesn't really have good or evil people in it. You know, it just has people. It just has events in it. And a bunch of other, like, subplots as well. Mr. Jason says the BBC is just as bad. Oh, really? I've heard that it, like, attempts to balance... like, it's not that it's unbiased, right? Or that it attempts to be unbiased. But it does so by just simply showing stories from everywhere all the time. Where is that coming from? Sorry, I gotta pay attention right this second. Oh, yep. It's you for sure. If I could just... Unfortunately, I can't do anything with those. I have to, like, really lead this shot. That's too late. There we go. I got that one. But not the one that actually matters. Okay. That might be okay, though. Let's read this for now. And I can read other messages in the meantime. Let's see. Thank you for assisting with the shout-out, Mr. Jason. Mr. Rasby does work hard on his content when he streams. He's been playing the altars. I hear that sounds like a lot of... Like, we were talking about that yesterday. If you guys want to check out cool games that fit his fancy and you want a relatively relaxed stream, do go check him out. He'll be worth the time, I promise. Mr. Rasby says, describe coin in one word. Well, it's clearly not intended for me. Other than maybe that might have been in reference to propaganda. I don't know. Mr. Shiny says, okay, I need to go, unfortunately. No problem, Mr. Shiny. I know you're probably gone by this point, but I do thank you for your company today. It's been really good to have you along for the ride. Do rest well and be well, my lovely senator. And, you know, with any luck, I will see you on Monday. Speaking of, I should have said this when I had, you know, everyone's attention, but as some of us on Twitch might know, last month was the September of 2025. Well, I've got news for you. If you were wanting a bargain on subscriptions to Twitch specifically, you're like, I want to gift, but I don't want to pay Twitch 6. Well, us streamers have a new feature. We can do our own little week of September, any month that we want, for a whole week. And I've been thinking about this for a while. You know, and it makes sense for me in particular because I didn't really get to stream most of September. A lot of that was just a wash between, you know, between the conjunctivitis and, you know, all my client jobs put together. I really didn't get much streaming done. So the September special is supposed to be a way of offering a little bit of a discount and to further give back to your communities, among other things. So on October 6th, as of the time of this stream, that'll be 3 days from now, I am going to fire up that little September special that we have access to. And you guys will be able to enjoy discounts on subs if you want. Instead of 6, I think it's like $4.33. It's supposed to be like a 30% discount, and I think that's about 30% of 6. It's like $166, something like that. It could be 2. You could be paying 4. I'm not the best at math right this second. When does the Pocket September expire? So if it starts on the 6th, that should expire on the 13th. So it's supposed to last a full week. I will double check and make sure that that's correct. But no, I mean, how long can you wait until you use it? Good question. I know I read all the particulars about this over the course of several months, but I don't actually remember offhand. This is pretty important. So let me open up Twitch real quick and I'll get you an answer. Enable it when you receive a 100 viewer raid. Oh, that would be hard. I would need an editor on hand for that. And Mr. Jason has been a godsend, but there's only one person here that is only one person amidst my audience that is an actual like editor, and they are not here right now. They are very busy trying to apply for work. Because they could risk getting kicked out of their house. I highly doubt that'll happen, but it's one of those. I'm really trying my best to like say something and not reveal a whole bunch of information for a variety of security purposes, but yeah. My editor is exactly where they need to be, doing exactly what they are supposed to be doing. And I do not want to interrupt them in order to operate a subscriber special. Here's what I'll do in an effort to like keep things moving. I will look that up during break and I will get back to you with like an exact answer on the Pocket September, and I'll probably also write that down too, or put a link to that sort of stuff if I can. You can get back to me in 3 to 5 business days. Sounds good. I'm sorry, Mr. Jason. I completely missed that message in a sea of like talking about something else. Email works too. Very well. Rasby says there's only one Godfather. Yeah, he's in this room. He is in this room. I am not the Godfather. Mr. Jason says, wow, Mr. Coin, so apparently friendly fire, literally, is turned on in Tears of the Kingdom. I stood on one of those enemy encampment towers safely on top with a metal block, blocking the enemies from getting to you, and a fire Lizalfos breathed fire at me, and a bokoblin was caught in the crossfire and got burned. Yeah, a friendly fire is pretty amusing in this game when it happens. Enemies getting shot down with Zonai devices, enemies getting shocked when other enemies throw electrical explosives. Yeah, friendly fire is really fun to watch happen in this game. Ah, yes, Mr. Rasby says, the famous Fire Lizalfos Bokoblin. And to like succinctly come and answer that question, Mr. Jason, I think it's hilarious. Like that specific one, it sounds a bit out of this world. Yeah, and a metal block is supposed to block flame. That's always hilarious. The comedic timing is genius. It is. This is how I express laughter. Pay no attention to the text in the parentheses. Even the faintest light stands out in this darkness. Just look at the deep firefly. Still, the lights I've been seeing lately have been strange. They seem ethereal, and they disappear when I get close. All of the Yiga report seeing them, but no one has observed their true form. Some say that they're just a different species of firefly. But can that be true? I wonder if that's just a rumor spread by collectors who want to chase off competition. Glory to Master Koga. Really? This Yiga clan person had the time to write down junk. Okay, it's not that one. A different Yiga person saw me. I think I know where the problem is happening. It's definitely below. A boat's like kind of like moving around. Just gonna move this over here while I deal with our lovely friend flying over top of us. Because I want the chests that are in here. I'm wanting the schematics. I can't wait to see what kind of low or medium tech device we're getting out of this. Really? Gotcha. I really did not need such an epic fanfare for shooting down a Yiga after missing once. But I'll take it, video game. Thank you. That is not our friend, the schematic. Hello, Mr. Schematic. What might you be? This was the design that Mr. Shiny was talking about, a fishing trawler. This new design has been registered with the auto build. Mr. Rasby says, oh, forgot to say this last time. It happens. I saw you rejoin the tea house. I did. I had a nice good long chat with Tom about it. Really, I just didn't want to be a jerk. Like, I do my best to not be politically unhinged in front of, like, non-family. I am, like, non-blood family. That's not to say that, you know, the relationship that I had with the tea house wasn't special or anything. And I know that's the place where people can do that. But, you know, I was kind of just repeating the same stuff over and over and over and over and over and over again. And also the conversation wasn't going anywhere. I honestly should have just, like, walked away much sooner. And not let that conversation get to that point in the first place. I know that left everyone confused, but all I was really trying to do with that was, you know, be self-regulatory and not wait for, you know, a moderator to say something, and to not go into a further devolving spiral. More than anything. Plus, at that time, more than any other time, I was sincerely thinking about protesting. Like physically protesting. And for those that are outside looking in the US, for those that just don't know, protesting is not a particularly safe practice right now. I mean, there's always, whenever you protest, there's always a chance that you end up, you know, getting hurt. But we're at the point in history right now where we have masked soldiers that can turn to live cameras that reporters are talking into and just literally pop a cap into one of their knees. I literally saw that happen just on video, like irrefutably. People are getting shot for just covering the protests, never mind actually protesting. So I thought I would probably sincerely, you know, get shot. I thought bad things would happen to me. So leaving also kind of served the secondary purpose of cutting myself off from people so that they're not asking, well, where the heck did he go? I kind of wanted those to be my last words if something was going to happen to me anyway. Yeah. I was at a really bad place. It wasn't as bad as the you know, like after like vlog number 5, it wasn't that bad, but it was bad. And I told Tom as much, you know, I even kept my plans vague from him for that reason, and he sussed that out like it was clockwork. I know our hover bike is around here somewhere. We can get rid of that now. Mr. Resby says, I'm sorry you had to go through that. I appreciate the sympathy. I do. I've kind of just accepted that a lot of places in this world are going through totalitarian uprising, and there's really not a damn thing I can do about it. And protesting doesn't really accomplish anything. Well, I should say it accomplishes something. It accomplishes me dying. Where on earth is this hover bike? I just put it down. It's probably actually in here or like over here. No, it actually went and winked out of existence. That is actually what happened. I was in a whole process with that where I was leaving all social commitments to go protest. I felt that strongly about it and knew that if I actually did that, I was going to die. Like, there was no, you know, footing around that. I'm just gonna make another hover bike, and we're gonna get out of here before things get crazy. Yeah, like the veteran support organization, my tabletop friends, I was gonna cut everyone out to basically consign myself to death, because or like being in a hospital or ending up on the street. I was actually going to do that. Mr. Rasby says, well, it would suck if the Godfather would lose his consigliere. Yeah, I agree. Rasby says, well, I'm happy you're still with us. Thanks. I appreciate that. And for clarity, it's not like you know, I made sure that, you know, as I was beginning to plan the departure from all these friend groups, I did not, and all these like obligations and things, I made sure that my reasoning was not, I was pretty specifically not transparent with that part. Because if nothing happened, I wanted to be able to rejoin. I wouldn't be able to act like nothing ever happened, but you know, I would still have people to share the story with, or to share a lot of stories with. But at this point, I've kind of just accepted that history is happening. The world is turning more totalitarian and more distrusting. And all I can really do is focus on finding communities that'll be with me long after America disintegrates, you know, after France falls and the UK gives way to something new, long after, you know, many European countries, you know, bite the bullet or become totalitarian themselves, after Japan and South Korea recover from their bouts with totalitarianism and just all that other stuff. I've realized that my reaction to things was very selfish and short-sighted. I appreciate the flattery. I know you mean that in earnest, good sir. But that is also flattery, and I do appreciate that. Because in all honesty, I'm a really selfish person. And by selfish, I don't mean that I put myself before I put in other people, but if I feel the compunction to do something, that it turned out to be a monster stronghold and not anything else. It's more of the... Oh, also, yeah, that platform right there. I'll go ahead and mark that for later. If I develop a really strong conviction for something, I'm going to follow that conviction kind of no matter where it takes me, and no matter what kind of cost that has to myself, up to and including a bullet through the brain. I'm willing to go that far. I value my sovereignty and free will that much. And in that way, acting purely on that and not logically, like I usually do, can be considered selfish. Because I, in fact, am not thinking about the impact it would have on friends, family, and other people. I'm only thinking of myself. Mr. Rasby says, well, you got so good at being considerate that you can very easily identify endless ways in which you could be even more considerate. And none of that, I value it. It matters to me, but not the right people aren't being that considerate, right? I want that for my government. I want that for my communities that I'm actually near and involved in. That's what I want. And when that no longer is the collective norm, when people are celebrating political murder, when people are, you know, galvanizing around political violence, when people are agreeing on taxes and disagreeing on the sanctity of life, when people are vilifying each other as enemies, I sort of feel like that considerateness kind of has to get chucked out the window. If you don't want people to tread all over you, it's a very crushing thing, a very crushing feeling that I'm trying to describe. I appreciate that, Mr. Rasby. I really do. I could go on and on about this, but I'm here. I have decided better of myself. I've decided better for myself. And I'm going to try to do what I probably should have opted to do in the first place, which was, you know, help people in the shadows to the best of my ability, and then not make a stink or a scene. It's dictatorship won't wash over you, but the Germans know a good thing or two about hiding in plain sight when evil people and callous people are in charge. I should learn from that example for myself. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really do want to, you know, thank everyone for listening to me, you know, through the good conversations and some of these really dark ones. I really appreciate that. I didn't shill during the first hour due to technical issues. I felt I did not deserve the shill then. I'm going to take the shill now. If you guys like this content and you guys want to keep up with me or, you know, my thoughts, or you guys like, you know, RPG and action adventure content, consider following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube, or both. And since Mr. Jason is not here right this second, I'll go ahead and push the Discord out to both the chats. I am looking to increase the fold of my flock, the volume of my houses, you know, one soul at a time, but it does take a lot of work. It's a pretty quiet place. We share pictures. We do chat with each other every so often. I keep meaning to put food pictures on the Discord. I told people I was going to do that. I'm definitely going to do that after today's stream, while I'm packing up for my client job tomorrow. But it's a pretty innocuous place if you're looking for just some quiet, cozy community to get to know. I'm working really hard on cultivating that. We do take commercial breaks around here. You know, while I'm going to advocate for an ad blocker, if you don't have an ad blocker for whatever reason, which is totally fine, because YouTube is really taking an axe to those one at a time. You know, there will be a timer in the upper left-hand corner of the screen at the start of the hour. When that timer hits 0, we will be back from the commercial break and we can get right back to the gaming. I get up and stretch during that. I highly recommend everyone else does the same. I mean, I'm not your parent, not going to tell you what to do, but that would be my advice to you, is to get up and take a break along with the rest of us so that you don't have to worry about missing out on anything with these streams. Because I don't know about you, but I hate it when streamers are running ads like clockwork and not bothering to account for that ad break in the midst of their gaming. I really don't like that. I get why it's like that, and I'm not exactly really blaming them. It's just how Twitch has things set up, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. So I'm opting to structure my breaks differently, and I'm hoping a little bit that might be a reason for people to enjoy this space perhaps a bit more, eh? Nothing like a good bit of friendly competition, right? Rasby says, yeah, I can imagine. It's just... I'm perpetually online, so I'm kind of an online fossil at this point. Lots of things weigh on me that wouldn't necessarily weigh a working person down. That's just kind of how it is. Rasby then goes on to say, rainy days give us love for the sun. Too true. Really wise words there. The rain really does make us appreciate the sun. Many days of cold weather really makes us appreciate temperate weather that much more. And vice versa. I know from personal experience. Here in my part of the States, I mean, it's either cold or it's either hot, like wet and hot, or hot and dry, or it's cold and it's wet. It's one of those three things. And nary do we see spring and fall at the lengths of time that I would like to see them for. The abandoned mines are productive. We not only found... Oh, well, I'll have to read this after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, folks. Sorry for the lateness. Nature definitely wanted me to sit on the throne, a porcelain throne, for a little bit. That's as much as I'm going to say about that. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Coin. Thank you, Mr. Jason. What makes the Yiga clan seem even more stupid than they already are? Which I did not think that it could get any lower, and so therefore they rank lower down on the intelligence list than even the Bokoblins, is that Link may have a Yiga uniform, but there's only one single person in the whole land of Hyrule with a Zonai energy cell on their waist, and it is on plain view. Well, hey, in their defense, if a Yiga clansman has the battery on their waist, that means they should be put to the front of the queue, right? Like, maybe Master Koga, you know, let them have more free reign than them. Like, maybe they don't have standing orders. I absolutely agree with you for the record, but, you know, I think there's some plausible explanations that maybe don't make them look super stupid, is what I'm trying to say here. Let's get on less depressing subject matter compared to, last time, eh? Nothing seems to have changed on the YouTube side, so we're definitely good here. The abandoned mines are productive. We not only found crystallized charges, but also stone figures called constructs. Most have fallen apart, but some appear largely intact. Master Koga is excited by their potential. He says if we can get them to work, we'll be closer to a spectacular new power. He sent a reconnaissance team to a location in South Hyrule Field called the Great Abandoned Central Mine. If Master Koga's predictions are correct, the day we achieve our ultimate goal may be close at hand. Glory to Master Koga. All of the glory to Master Koga makes me think of is the there was a raid in Cataclysm, one of the WoW expansion, one of the World of Warcraft expansions, called the Firelands. I'm pretty sure that was it was like a reboot of, like Molten Core. It was like a new plot and everything. What on earth? Please tell me that our hover bike is like up here. And, a lot of the, druids, a lot of the druids that were already kind of like corrupted by the Emerald Nightmare, or were just generally self-serving to start with, ended up joining Ragnaros, the disgraced elemental lord of flame, and they all kind of like constantly yelled about things on camera, or like things at the player, and constantly referred to glory, as a matter of fact. Mr. Jason says, I made a discovery, Mr. Coin. What's that, Mr. Jason? You guys saw nothing. Absolutely nothing. Shh. Go back to patrolling your same flight pattern forever. Make that 1,100 crystallized charges. An instant kitchen. What? What the? What? You could literally just plop a pot down and turn it on. What is the purpose of this? To put a kitchen on like a vehicle? What? Okay, I'm just not gonna think too hard. We're gonna accept that the Yiga has some interesting schematics on hand, and we're going to move about our business, okay? That's exactly what we're gonna do. And I'm not gonna think any more of it. Mr. Jason says, if you're traveling around Hyrule Field and a Yiga appears, if you go to inventory and change to the full Yiga uniform, they just give up and disappear. Ah, yes. I literally watched Link change into a uniform and now suddenly he's gone. Literally worse than Skyrim AI. There's a skit. There is a skit. About, you know, Skyrim AI. It's like a really well-known skit where it's like the Battleborn, that's the default name for the player character. The skit goes something like, there's this bandit mage, or like a mage standing guard somewhere, and the Battleborn has a bow and they're sneaking, and they shoot this mage in the eye. He's like, "Who's there?" That's the mage. It's like a classic Skyrim line. Who's there? And you know, and the Battleborn hides really. I'm sorry, did I say Battleborn? I meant Dragonborn. Oh my goodness. And I've played Skyrim for 1,000 hours. That's bad. I'm sorry. The Dragonborn. They hide well, and after a few minutes, you know, the mage is like, "Oh, I guess I must be imagining things," with the arrows stuck in their eyeball, and then go back to, like, sitting on guard again. And not, you know, it's like nothing ever happened, other than the entirely huge arrows sticking out of their eye. The Skyrim AI is very stupid. Speaking of Skyrim, Mr. Jason says, a lot of people admire Skyrim Horse. It can go anywhere. Skyrim horses can seam walk if you let them. Yeah, they can go anywhere. Jason then said, or Mr. Jason says, someone made a video about Skyrim, and I love how the NPCs will not only introduce themselves to you, but will also tell you all of their life's details, like what they do for work. Well, I mean, yes, that's true. And like when you think about, you know, the dialogue and stuff in a vacuum, it's like, why would I ever tell a random stranger that? The idea is that you're supposed to have the blood of dragons within you, and you can coax out conversation from people. Also, it's kind of like a nod to the limitation that, you know, you're the player character. Of course you get to know more, because you're the one actually talking to them. Because if you ever see a random conversation between two NPCs, they usually don't do that. They either already know each other, or in cases where they're talking about strange things, well, then you're not playing Skyrim, you're playing Oblivion, and in that case, you know, we can all point and laugh about how generically bad Oblivion dialogue is between NPCs. My god, that stuff's hilarious. From 0 to 100 to 0 in no time flat at all, in like a single exchange. I also love Oblivion I love poking fun at Oblivion conversations, because in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, only there will you find NPCs who are just as ready to sneeze at you, like actually literally cough and sneeze in your presence, as they are to say, let's get this over with. And this is the part where you fall down and bleed to death. Something along those lines. It really can't go from 0 to 100 to 0 really, really quick. It's hilarious. I would love to bring Skyrim or Oblivion, the Elder Scroll. I would love to bring an Elder Scrolls title to you guys. I tried this many years ago with Skyrim, with like well over 400 mods, and it did not work out all that well. It was kind of laggy. Certain textures didn't load in right. This was before the era of like mod collections and Wabbajack and other things. Like, way before that. Long time ago, as far as coin stamp lore is concerned. Because Skyrim and Oblivion are games that are very near and dear to my heart. I have not beaten either of them, but I have spent many hours, brewing potions, casting spells. I'm a huge mage in those games. And if I ever get the chance to show that side of myself, I will. But it takes time. And also, modding games like that is on known Bethesda engines is very buggy. Very, like, it can be a very frustrating experience sometimes. But the amount of modded content, the amount of extra life breathed in by people who do it as a passion and a hobby is just undeniable. It's definitely worth, showing this to other people and try to give back to these communities by enhancing and increasing the notoriety of mods as a whole. At least in my purview, anyway. Just wanted to grab that, section of mushrooms there before we moved on. I don't, I have, anywhere between... Oh, I have 100 mushrooms. I can kind of relax on that now. Okay. Okay, so I think this is the part... Yeah, this here is a Yiga clan base. But the other one that I've marked, I don't think is a Yiga clan base. Okay, I'm gonna do something maybe perhaps a little bit smart. And just take them out that way. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Give me your stuff. All of it. The Yiga clan already lost their master. They're losing just so many resources, it's not funny. The Super Spring... Really? It's just 3 springs that can't, that can't detach and, break apart. Although, the triple spring setup does sound pretty useful in conjunction with some of the sky puzzles I saw earlier. Who shot at me just now? Up there? Really? Dang it! I guess I'm gonna have to, jump up. You are going down. Thank you. Now we're gonna read some lore. Mr. Jason says, that might be handy. It'll certainly put a spring in your step. That's joke number 5, I'm sure, by now. Is that it? I thought Link is definitely giving this notebook the side eye. He's like, I saw a bit of text. What's in that? There are walls that stretch from floor to vaulted ceiling in the depth. As a general rule, it's impossible to pass them. In multiple incidents, climbers have fallen while trying in vain to scale the monstrous barriers. It's better to hunt for a detour. When encountering a wall in the depth, you must first try to calmly determine whether it stretches up to the ceiling. Fortunately, objects that look like icicles made of rock... Do they really not know what stalactites are? I guess they don't. Often dangle near such walls. There may be secret paths through some walls, but those are likely very rare. A good map might pinpoint such paths. Glory to Master Koga. Icicles made of rock, huh? Gonna have to remember that one. Remember, if it hangs from the ceiling, it's a stalactite. If it sticks up out of the ground, it's a stalagmite. C for ceiling, G for ground. Very, very easy stuff. Did I just lose a hover bike? I think I lost a... Oh no, it's on top of the building. It should be on top of the building. Yeah, okay, it's on top of the building. Good. We only have, I think, one, two, three more to check, and then we should be good on Yiga clan bases for now. This is not a Yiga clan base. This is a like monster stronghold / monster fort. We're good there. So let's put a mark here. I realize today has been less than, you know, event filled. I mean, we've killed things, we've found schematics, but I know that this is not exactly, you know, what we sign up for on a daily basis, but it does have to be done. Plus, I do have to show you guys all the schematics anyway, so I'm hoping that at the very least, you know, you guys get something out of this VOD series. I still can't believe we're 45 episodes in now, and we're not even halfway through the game. There is more, there's like 3 times more game in Tears of the Kingdom than there was in Breath of the Wild. And I know I've said that literally dozens of times, but that doesn't mean it's less profound not to talk about. Oh, I literally have to stand under this? Okay. Done. It's very profound, like how much game there actually is. And it is actually enough to boggle the mind. Yay, that looks to be another storehouse. We're just gonna steer that down and we're gonna pop them right in the head. This is too easy. This is so anticlimactic. I know that I'm supposed to be excited for the blueprints, the schematics, but can I tell you how much I'm not interested in that? It probably comes across in, you know, the way I speak and everything. It's more like a dalliance, a TD, yes, like tuberculosis, clearly. It's very tedious. But it has to be done. A tank? I can make one of those in my sleep. Complete with the energy cells. I have like a... If that's what this game considers a tank, then I've got like the uber mega tank, like right here. Or like a battle cruiser with like 6 wheels and 3 energy cells on it. Honestly, what I could do, and this is just me thinking about things, I wonder if I could stick, like, I don't know, say a random floodlight on this. Can't actually grab... Yeah, that's all kind of like one thing. So if I stick this floodlight, like, right here, do I now have that? I do. I'm going to set that as a favorite and kind of work on that design. And let's see if I can't actually get, like, a closed tank out of this. That'll be something I do, you know, in my own time. For now, though, let's see this piece of lore. While the depths remain key to our mission, I admit the surface team has proven to be helpful. They have achieved some success in acquiring Zonai devices and intelligence, key to Master Koga's grand vision. In addition to our Gerudo hideout, 3 new branches have set up operations and are extending our influence. I've heard they're in some old hut on the Great Plateau, a cave west of the Lost Woods in the Aldor foothills, and they've also managed to occupy the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. Despite their success, we will not be outdone. Our work will remain central to Master Koga's glorious plan. Glory to Master Koga. Glory to my foot in your face. What? I mean, what? Huh? Sorry, what did I say? I don't know. Sometimes my words really do escape my mind, and I know not what they say. It's like the voices in my head, and the dead people that I see. Wait, what? Sorry, I attempted to make multiple references there. I'm sure that came across very well. Very well. Like, absolutely no confusion was had in that reference whatsoever. Bruce Willis. I miss him. Too bad he's probably being abused for another photo op somewhere nearby. Dude actually just straight up cannot say anything coherent now. His like ex-wife, I think it's either wife or an ex-wife or a daughter, are kind of like, you know, doing press tours for him now. It's really sad. Like dementia and Alzheimer's has just really rotted his head out. He's still a brain, still survives, but can't speak. Really is really tragic. I wouldn't be surprised if someone attempted to make AI content of Bruce Willis after he passes, or maybe even before that, and make him say things he's never said. Because, you know, the dead can't defend themselves, and those who can't talk and are kind of just a couple hairs short of being a vegetable also can't really defend themselves from being slandered. It's really tragic. Hey there, Aelin. Welcome on in. Good to see you again. Hopefully you're doing well today, and both body and mind, and hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in just in time. We're wrapping up some of the Yiga clan bases that we forgot to go map out and get schematics for and before we start, you know, exploring the Typhlo area in complete earnest. Aelin says, didn't see a crash today? Good. And if you do happen to see another one, you know, that will have been entirely too soon. There could be a crash 2 years from now, and I would still say that is entirely too soon to see another one. I hope I never have to live through another one again. I mean, I plan on getting a license just at some point in my life. So I'm gonna have to deal with that then. But if I even have to think about another, if I have to, you know, see another car crash, that'll be too soon. Never mind being in one. The Ebon Canyon Mine. The reason I wanted to come down here, by the way, was for the chest that's down here. Certainly there's going to be another set. Nope. It's going to be more crystallized charges. And I'll deal with the Zonite sediment a bit later. You know, after we've actually come and mapped out the Farron region. But how are things in your slice of terra firma, Alan, if and you don't mind my asking? And that goes for anyone else, too. How are things for you guys today? I trust that they are better for you than they were yesterday, or maybe this whole week. Okay, we've got the abandoned Hateno mine, which we already had to clear out, so this should just have... Oh, we technically were already here. We already grabbed the Zonite charges. We do not need to be here now. Cool. Then the last one is down here in Mapla Point. And then we're done. We can actually finally go to the Typhlo region again. Aylin says, good. One of your friends told me that she told you that she liked you. Cool, cool. And when we say like, do we mean in the affirming of friendship sense? Or are we talking like, you know, potentially going out on a date, like girlfriend use of the word like? Just out of curiosity. Oh, finding love in these troubling times has never been quite so difficult. I remember when I was in high school, I had 4 one-week relationships. It's like, yeah, that'd be the thing I'm referring to then. This is not correct. Let's not do that. Yeah, that I had 4 girls. Lasted 1 week. Usually it was the, oh, my autistic tendencies bubbled out, or I was an awkward person. And so they didn't stick around after that. And I personally don't blame them. At the tender age of 16, I was not ready to have relationships of any kind then. Okay, this is not a Yiga clan hideout. Good. We're done here. We can actually move back to Typhlo, and we can get our start on the Lost Woods. Aylin says, she told me in a note with the whole, do you like me too? And with the boxes, check yes or no. Something like that. George Strait song. Kind of something similar. Pass notes in class. Or at lunch. Yeah, I know that exchange. That's always nerve-wracking. You said, yeah? Oh. That's cool. Hopefully that relationship goes somewhere. That would be awesome. Finding people that you're into is really hard in this era because of all the distrust and you know, just people looking to take advantage for their own ends. Swing to hit, huh? That's what it wants us to do. Pretty sure I could just do this. I don't have to even think twice about it. Boink! That did not solve the puzzle at all. I am quite sure that that was meant to be solved a different way. Oh well. You're pretty excited about it? That's good, Aylin. I'm glad. I'm glad of that. I hope there's happiness for the two of you. That would be a nice ray of sunshine in a sea of storms these days. Okay, so this wants us to like. This wants us to like use a box to like. This wants us to like use momentum. in order to, like... Yeah, this wants us to use momentum in order to, like, solve puzzles. Like that. On a completely different note, the note that we all expected. Ram any bitches yet? Not particularly. There were enemies that we've killed, but no ramming. No vehicular manslaughter, nothing of the sort. If I find a talus or something, I will definitely vow to defeat it with explosions. Okay, what we can do is something like this. And then... Oh, well, we actually need to do this 2 ways. I guess there's like a couple of different methods for this. Get on here. Lift up this log. Or swing it around this way. Like this. And bingo. That's the treasure chest. All done. Now, what the heck does it want us to do here? It probably wants us to, like... find a way to, like... Oh, I didn't... Oh, dang it. I rammed myself. It wants me to solve it. Too true, Alan. It wants me to solve it. That is the earnest truth. It does want us to solve it. How? It wants me to, like, push this forward. The way you solve it is by solving it. Too true. Oh, that did not stick the way I thought it was. That's kind of unfortunate. Frick. This... I'm sure the weight's gonna be too much for this. I'm just trying to figure out the science of the thing first. Huh. Wait, can bombs activate this? I guess we're gonna find out. Let's try without anything on it. Bombs are a good way of getting a whole lot of force. Okay, so if we, like, the button... Oh, you mean... Yes, I do know that bombs activate those. I want to try to solve it legitimately first, before I just cheat and solve with bombs. And I'm willing to bet that if I swap to... This probably still isn't the legitimate way of solving it either. No, especially not. Let's do it like this. Oh, the motion of the thing itself gets it to move. Okay, so I think what I can probably do... something like that. Grab this spindle. Attach it like that. Or actually what I could do is, like, position this correctly and then it'll be less of a problem. Fuse the weight to the dangly part. That is the plan. That's what I was thinking. That's why I did the experimentation that I did at first. And then we just push it over a little bit like that. We let the weight kind of like create natural momentum. At least that's my idea of it anyway. Or the game can be not cooperative. Really? Nice. Nice. What? Okay, now what we have to do is kind of get the momentum of the thing. We're gonna slide this back, and then we're just gonna lift up a whole bunch. I'm trying to like grab the I'm trying to grab the weight, but that's not exactly working. Okay, let's do it like this. Really? That didn't work? Yeah, oh, because the block has to hit it. That's what's going on. The block's gotta hit it. Okay. Nope, that is the ball. That is not the spindle. I need to grab the spindle. Oh, I know what's going on. Yup. The issue is this. It is this. I need this object on top. That's what's going on. And then this gets attached here like that. That was my problem. That took me entirely too long. I am so sorry about that. But it's over. Puzzle solved. Drink time. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin has more patience than I. I saw this, tried to work it out, got annoyed and resorted to using a bomb arrow. Aelin also mentioned the bomb arrow too. Like, the bomb arrow is a very quick way of solving that, because it's force applied in an area. I was just trying to work it out legitimately and give like a actual, or give like college tries at it. And really, it's the matter, I tried to use physics principles to solve it, right? And I'm sure the physics is correct and my thinking during those portions was wrong. But my thought process was, using rotational inertia to its advantage. And particularly, like, with things like hinges and fulcrums, like, the more force, the longer the distance from one point to another on something like a hinge or a fulcrum, the more force that can be applied to that specific point on the hinge or fulcrum or seesaw. Like, longer seesaws do, in fact, spring things higher, assuming that the actual balancing point for the fulcrum or the seesaw is like stable. Like if the weight or the thing you're trying to bounce off of it doesn't cause some change in dynamic equilibrium at the point on the seesaw. That like there were a lot of physics principles at work there. Alan says, I know, he should just do the boom boom thing. Look, right over quick is what is my general thought process. If I couldn't figure it out, yeah, I would have definitely used a bomb arrow, but we figured it out. Coin stamp guarantee. We figured it out. All right. Now, we got some Koroks to talk to. We had 2.5, almost 3 hours without dialogue, other than, you know, stuff we've read. It is time for some actual bona fide NPC dialogue. Let's talk to spirit children. Ah, Mr. Hero, thanks for making Korok Forest normal again. Do you have a minute, Mr. Hero? I've got something I'd like to ask you. Sure. Really? Thank you, Mr. Hero. You see, I have a friend who says they saw a big whirly circle. They saw it in an area with water. If it's really real, I want to see it myself. Even a picture would do. But it's still too dangerous to leave here, so please make it safe out there soon, Mr. Hero. Whirly swirly things. Big swirly circle in the water. Interesting. Okay. And that's just gonna point me to the NPC. Okay. This is perfect. I got a favor to ask you. Some of the Koroks have had stuff on their minds lately. Follow the lights in the forest. If you do, you'll come across different Koroks who could use your help. Please go find them and see what they need. Sure. Let's talk to all of our Korok friends. Good evening. Isn't nighttime nice here in Korok Forest? It wasn't always a nice time. I'm so happy I made it back. I think I might just lounge around the forest a while. Chio told me that a monster was in the great Deku Tree's tummy, making trouble. Everything seems okay now, but maybe I should double check around him to make sure nothing bad's lurking anymore. Oh, you want to talk to the great Deku Tree, huh? Just head up this route. Then you can talk to the great Deku Tree from the stump up there. We're gonna break some stuff. And get like a really dingy looking apple. We already talked to the great Deku Tree, so he's just gonna tell us about the fact that the Master Sword moves around, which I think means one of the dragons has it. If that sounds right. Since the Lost Woods returned to normal, I was able to make it back. Korok Forest is so peaceful, huh? By the way, have you seen a Korok named Oki? Oh, you don't even know who Oki is, huh? I wonder where he went. Maybe he's hiding in the great Deku Tree's mouth. If you want to know where his mouth is, it's right above the Spore Store. What? What? The Spore Store. Sure, game. Welcome to the great Deku Tree's navel. You can sleep serenely here, drinking in the sweet forest air. Take as long as you like with your yawns and your Z's. How much? Oh, I don't want your rupees. You're the great Mr. Hero. Take as long as you like. Your rupees are no good here, so feel free to stop by and snooze whenever you like. I want to find a place where my dollars are no longer aren't worth anything, and then I'll get something for free. I jest. That's not how the world works. I'm aware, but that would be funny. Welcome to the Spore Store. My shrooms are delicious, suspicious, but never malicious. Look around, buy something, or do you want to sell something? What are you selling? What are you buying? Who knows? What is this place? Mr. Jason says, I hope that Korok is safe. I hope he's okie dokie. I will have that Titus sound effect ready to go by Monday. I'm not gonna forget that. Because there are definitely jokes that are funny, and then there are jokes that are meant to be the obvious haha. that one is meant to be the obvious haha. Definitely. We're inside the Great Deku Tree's navel, and this is my shop. I had to relocate recently. You see this big hole opened up right where the spore store used to be. So I grabbed my stuff and moved my shop. It's a little cramped, but I'm making it work. Well, look what we have here. Hello, Mr. Hero, and welcome to the general shop. Please buy whatever you want, or do you want to sell me something? I've got some wares that would be useful for someone like you, Mr. Hero. If you use a bright bloom seed in a dark place, it'll light up the area. I bet you'd find that handy, huh? I guess that's a bright idea. Eh? Nah, that's a sure, Jan, for sure.
Sure, Jan.
I certainly thought that would be funny. Koroks, your rupees are not necessary here. Koroks in the same area. I want your rupees. Yup. Classic Zelda franchise stuff. Very contradictory. Very contrarian. I will just take all these things that I don't regularly get on a daily basis, and we're gonna go from there. Alright, so that's all the Koroks. I should double check the stomach. I don't think anything has changed. Or like, I don't think there's anything here now. But we're gonna look. We're gonna check. We're gonna be thorough about it. Nope. That's it. There's nothing here. As to be expected. Back to the shrine. Mr. Jason says, I love this one NPC that was stranded in a cave and you rescue him and he gives you some rupees and then says, come to Lurlin and buy my fish. Them NPCs always peddling their wares. Yup. They do be peddling. You want to see it? Oh yeah, big circle. They want to see a whirlpool, I'm sure. Any other Koroks? There's gotta be at least a couple. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. That, my fine friends, is the 5-minute warning for the commercial break. We have about 5 minutes before that comes to pass. I do want to thank everyone for hanging out with me today. I really do appreciate it. I don't normally do this during the 3rd hour, but or the 4th hour, but I do gotta get the second chill done. That never happened. So, of course, you guys being here and, you know, just watching the content is more than enough for me. That I truly do mean that. But if you do feel like being financially generous, I do have rewards for you lined up. There's all this stuff baked in on Twitch, and there is all the stuff that you'll find in the incoming Blood Moon. And there's all the stuff contained in the link tree below the video player on Twitch, or in the in the description on the YouTube side. Feel free to click around and feel free to click around and look at all that stuff if and you so desire. I have things like the appreciation placards at the start of every stream that I read. I also have, we have emotes for the people that use Twitch. I have Discord benefits that are exclusive to those who pay for, that pay for that stuff through a continuous membership. I even have content that is aired on Patreon and Coffee First before it makes its way over to YouTube for the general audience. I have a whole bunch of stuff and more in the appropriate places in the description and in the About Me section on Twitch and the video player. Please click around and find all that stuff out if you want to. We do take commercial breaks here at the top of every hour. They last for 3 minutes. There will be a nice timer on the upper left-hand part of the screen. When that timer disappears, I will have returned to my desk, and we can pick up the gaming exactly where we left off. Was that the Korok I was seeing? Oh, there's got to be a different one, right? Yeah, there's one not too far from here. Maybe we just got to check these paths out again. Anyway, like I was saying before, actually what we could probably do is do something like this here. And that should get us pretty close to where we want to be. What was I saying? Oh, right. You know, I highly recommend everybody gets up, stretches, takes a break at the same time we do, so that you guys don't miss out on anything. If I didn't have to take these breaks, I truly wouldn't. I would structure them a bit better, but I think this is pretty good given the climate that I'm in for Twitch and stuff like that. That's really about it. That's all I have to say. I structured these things this way so that there's no FOMO. And I like to think that makes me a touch better, or like a touch better to watch than perhaps some other streamers that don't do that, but are affiliated or partnered. Maka says, it's been a while, so maybe I should go see how it's going over there. Over there. Up ahead, there's a special place just for Maka. In the forest, there's a wide open space, and right in the middle, there's a green swirl. And you can see an island floating in the sky from there. Maka loves that place. Oh, but since it's covered in lost fog, only Koroks can go there. So you can't come with me, but I'll tell you where to find it. Could you show me your map? It's here. You can see an island floating in the sky from there. I wonder if you could see into the forest from that sky island too. Maka told you about his special place, but it's shrouded in the lost fog, and it seems that only Koroks can walk there. There's some sort of green swirl there, and you can see a floating island from the sky as well. Maka wonders whether the inside of the forest could also be seen from the sky. Speaking of, I'll see you guys after that commercial break. Thanks. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we all got something we wanted out of our commercial break. Let's see. Let us grab all of these. Or, how do I want to handle this? I guess let's fan out and grab all the quests for these shrines, and then we'll kind of go in order. This one's going to be this way. Yep, there's that Korok right over there. Fantastic. Hey, no going past here. Oh, you're a Hylian. Well, since you're not a Korok, I guess I don't need to stop you. There's this thing beyond here that I can't stop thinking about. I keep wanting to go check it out again. You know the thing that showed up in the Korok forest? I saw something similar to that, but it looked kind of different. So, not like this, but shaped like this. Got it. But when I tried to go back to it, there were a bunch of monsters coming out of the woodwork. Get it? Korok? Woodwork? Funny! Ha ha! Laugh! No, sure, Jan, for sure.
Sure, Jan.
Tree monsters and bone monsters, so I'm keeping guard here to warn other Koroks because it's real dangerous. But I'm not about to stop any Hylians who are feeling brave. Just be careful. Oh, and the flowers are there to help keep you from getting lost. So don't go picking them. None shall pass. According to Zuki, he once went deep into the forest and found something similar to a shrine. But now there are lots of monsters about, so he's keeping watch to prevent Koroks from going there. Since you're not a Korok, though, it should be fine to enter. Maybe. Assuming you don't get mauled to death by incoming monsters. And last one. And then we'll kind of go in order, blue, yellow, green. I hope I don't have to go into the sky. But if I do, then so be it. A note from Maka. Just climb into this tree's mouth to leave the forest. I promise it won't eat you. Ah, so we can't leave this, like, area? We have to use this, huh? There's no, like, similar gimmick or something? Interesting. Okay. I do not think I am heading in the correct direction. It's supposed to be, like, over here, right? There's, like, a way to, like... It's gotta be, like, this way? No. That'll take us, like, out toward where people get lost. It's like over this way some. Okay, yeah, there we go. I knew I was having issues. This didn't sound right. Rasby says, sorry if I already said this because I genuinely forgot if I did. Tomorrow I'm gonna host a game designer tries X game, trying a parkour game in a Discord parkour community. I hope that works out well. And if since you're doing that tomorrow, I'll try to keep my eye out and see if I can't maybe, I don't know if I don't know, do you intend on streaming that? Or is this like you're doing X by yourself? Just out of curiosity. Rasby wanted to ask if I could join too. As much as I would love to tomorrow, it's a Discord event. Okay. As much as I would love to, I'm going to be away from my consoles and gaming equipment for a while. Or for like, until Sunday. So as much as I would love to, I do have to decline. I hope you can find a second to do that with, though. That sounds like fun. It sounds like it would be quite the valuable experience. But thank you for offering that. I really appreciate it, Mr. Rasby. Speaking of Mr. Rasby, you had asked earlier about the September special, like the specifics on that. So this is how that works for us, like affiliates. And it turns out that I was partially wrong about it. So this gives me a chance to bookkeep that. So, the way it works is that until the end of this year on December 31st, 2025, we get a special. We get 70 hours to promote a September-like special. And it doesn't have to be 70 hours all at once. We just have 70 total hours of that special that we can do. And it can be split out over 7 events. So if we wanted to, let's say if I wanted to stream, I stream 1 to 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 4 does not go cleanly into 70. But if I wanted to have my own special for that, I would be able to extract, let's see, 4 times 15 is 60. I think I would be able to extract 17 days of 4 allotments each, or of 4 hours each, to do this. And then that's the special. You don't get that again for this year. And I don't know if this is a permanent feature or not. So if this doesn't come back again next year, well, does every streamer have access to this? I know partners have it for sure. I also don't know if it's permanent for them. And I'm an affiliate, so I think every affiliate has it. But I don't think every streamer has it. It's just like people who make money through Twitch can do it. So if you're an affiliate, then you should be able to access that. That'll be under your... Hold on, I have to make the stream crunchy for like 2 seconds to remember what heading that's supposed to be under. If you are a creator on Twitch, if you look under the monetization section in the dashboard, there should be something, a listing called subscriptions. And one of those is the subscription discount promotions. That's a beta feature. That's where that should be. It'll have like a pink label that says beta on it. I do think beta features are opt-in, which I opt into those. I think you opt in by default. You found it? Good, good. Yep, we have until this year, the end of this year, to make use of it. I was waiting to try to, like, stretch that out. Yeah, I was waiting to kind of, like, stretch that out, until after the September, like the actual real September. Oh, I'm headed the wrong way again. I'm definitely heading the incorrect path for sure. But September, God, I'm gonna start using Twitch lexicon unironically. Yeah, that log is just a way out. Yuck. I'm gonna start using that stuff unironically, and I'm gonna be super embarrassed. I'm gonna start calling September September, and I'm gonna be upset. It's gotta be this one right here. Yeah, there's a Korok literally... No, it's this one here. I'm sorry, what? Okay, what one am I missing? Yeah, it's the one up here. It's green that I'm missing. Yeah, so September was just a month filled with dread, anxiety, and sickness, and I just couldn't make much use out of that month. To actually make real advantage, or take real advantage of September. And I was going to use this, like, special to extend October for a few, like, to extend it into October for me personally. And that's kind of slipped by a little bit. Just due to, like, the client jobs that I have that are really messing things up. It's gotta be, like, around here. Where is this blasted Korok supposed to be? I might have to look this up. Because I don't want to get lost. And I also don't want to spend forever looking for quest givers. It might be this way. Yeah, okay. I think I found it. I'm gonna hope that the Korok is nearby. Yep, it's exactly right here. But if you guys are content creators yourselves and you can use it, I would recommend trying to do that sometime between now and the end of November. I don't recommend waiting forever on that. Because especially as, you know, Amazon and Twitch, aka Daniel Clancy, continues to get raked over hot coals by the US Congress, they may not be able to extend that special for that much longer. Because the US government might get its little claws into that. Or say they can't do this or that. Or Twitch might stop doing this or that for monetary reasons. So, act now, strike now while the iron is hot, as they say. Damia, isn't that green color of the stone so pretty? I found it myself. I want it. Huh? You can't have it. No, I found it. But if you do something for me, maybe I'll consider it. Sure. Okay, the thing is, I love golden apples, and a pretty stone is pretty, but I can't really eat it. So if you bring me 5 golden apples, I'll trade you 1 pretty stone. You got it. Keep following this path and go real super far on it. You'll find a big bog called Mido Swamp, and on the north side of the bog are trees where golden apples grow. But there have been more monsters recently, so going there to pick them is hard now. Oh yeah, also the bog is bottomless. Don't fall in. Could it be you have 5 golden apples? Here you go. Yay! All from the Satori Mountain, my fine friend. I got 5 golden apples, so you get 1 pretty stone. You gave 5 golden apples to Damia. He was pleased to have so much of his favorite food. Then, as promised, he gave you the pretty green stone that emits light. Cool! We're now gonna go do the quests in order the way I had intended it. Final freaking Lee. And hopefully it won't take that long to do them all. I also like this like cute little cute thing here where it's like you can see the Koroks kind of all peeking out of the grass there. And they're like you can't actually talk to them. They're like actual little toddlers or children. They just want to look at you and go about their business. All right, let's start going this way. And hopefully... Never mind. That is not happening. The pranksters have hit me yet again. I think there's a hole in this fog up here, and we're gonna have to go to Bravery Island in order to get past it. Man, my hair is thinning so badly up here. I can see it. I'm so self-conscious about that. And the thing is I'm short. So, like, people can see right on top of my head if they want to. And there's nothing I can do about it. other than put on a little frumpy frown and tell them not to look there. And they don't even have to listen to that. Ah, see, that's the part where the fog is thin. Just gonna, like, go right over the top of that. Are you serious right now, game? The Ninjas Shrine, like Nintendo Ninjas? Like the Super Mario Ninjas. You know, the guys with the black hoods and the white eyes? Those Ninjas? Oh, Nintendo. That's a strange reference to be making in this era. Please tell me this is a blessing shrine and not the, oh, we need to do a puzzle on top of that. I would dislike this very much if that happened. Thank goodness. Thank the goddess. What do we get for our trouble? Probably not anything too worthwhile, but... Oh, a mighty construct bow. I will take one of those. Those are decent bows that don't get struck by lightning. I get the feeling the metagame with this game is going to be Zonai devices and, or not Zonai devices, but like Zonai weapons very specifically, because they behave like metal weapons, yet they don't conduct lightning like metal weapons do. Whether we're talking about the pristine versions of them or not. Da 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 da. So, I'm going to ask this again, and that's mostly for conversations purposes. Anyone got any exciting plans this weekend? Most I can say is I'm doing client work. Hello, Maka. Oh, you found this place, even though you're not a Korok. Wow. This is the special place that I, Maka, found. Maka likes to come here alone sometimes. Didn't think I'd find someone else here. You did say that someone could maybe see it from the sky, huh? Well, there's not much we could do except go back and do the next one. Oh yeah, I have an event tomorrow, but you mentioned it before, right? The parkour. The game designer tries X game for it, and it's about a parkour game on a parkour community. Yep. Gonna try the game and then talk about game design. Should be fun. Mr. Jason says, I had a funny conversation with one streamer. I'm usually almost as quick at yeeting scammers as Saribot, and the streamer commented on how fast I am, and they said that I'm like an AI. I said I'm Jason AI, a highly intelligent AI that is 100% correct 99% of the time, 99.99% of the time. And if not, I would congratulate people on seeing through my deliberate mistakes. Yep. That's a very good accuracy rating, Mr. Jason. You should hold on to that. Rasby says, I want to compare it to Rooftops and Alleys. I think I've heard of that one. A parkour game that's recent. You played it and it was like it felt really off. Did it have like clunky controls? Was the like spatial distancing off? You know, if and you don't mind sharing the findings and all. Nope, that is the wrong way. It's this way. Wrong way again. The best thing about knowing a thing or two is that you've seen a thing or two. We are farmers. Da 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 da. Insert the really corny, life insurance commercial here. Maybe don't, but also do. It's your choice. I am so sad that my life is essentially house sitting, streaming, and it's a Rolodex of commercials, memes, and other crazy stuff. Okay, we can actually go this way. Cool. I'm gonna trust. Oh, I should also not be using one of these bows right now. Ow, that hurt. Wow, everyone and their mother wants me dead. That is not the correct... I'll use the gloom sword. How about that? And I'll also take these thick sticks. Good for, Oh, hello. What are you, a forest dweller's spear? Wait a second, though. Why are the spears decayed? They're made of wood. They're not made of metal. I assume this was like a rusting curse. Put on metal weapons. A Koroks spear with a decayed tip. It's still full of vitality. Bursting materials attached to the spearhead can be reused again and again. What? Wait. Can we, like, put a rock on this and get a rock back? Or are we talking, like, let's say I put a fire fruit on the tip of the spear. Will I get that fire fruit back? I guess there's only one way to find out for sure, and that's to do some experimentation. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, when you shoot the stalkoblins, they should quit while they are ahead. The ellipses, though, that's getting a sure Jan from me.
Sure, Jan.
Ahead? That you have to shoot them in the head? Yeah? No? Alright, then. Alright, Mr. Evermean, get out of here with that. I'm not interested in dealing with you right now. What the heck? Thank you for your retribution, Tulin. Welcome back, Mr. Shiny. Glad you could return to us. Mr. Shiny says fire fruit, yes. Basically, anything that can grow. Yes. I've done my own, digging on that. In the object map, these kinds of things are called fruits. If they grow on a, like an actor object, and you can pluck them and they come back, yep, the game calls all those things fruit. Regardless of whether they're called fruit in internal filing or not, that's the designation for them in the object map. I am going to munch on a lot of apples here. This man eats like he jogs. This man would beat any, like, food eating competition. I definitely want that, thank you. His neck probably hurts. Yeah, I'll say. His neck do be hurting from scarfing all that food. Wow, why is everyone and their mother just after me? I mean, okay, so I know I could use, like, Dazzle Fruit here, but I really don't want to do that. Oh, I am definitely dropping a... Do I... I should probably keep this and break it for later. So let's get rid of one of these for a gnarled stick. Rasby says, not his throat, hit like his neck. It hurts my neck to see him bob his head up and down. Yeah, they really wanted to exaggerate the motion of eating so that people knew Link was eating things when you fed them to him. Rasby then goes on to say, why is everyone and their mother after me? I don't know, you ask them. Ask them. And only the dead will speak on that. Probably here. And then here. Okay, we gotta find a crystal, right? Yup. Mr. Shiny says, stall enemies must feel terrified when you draw your bow. You can tell that they keep losing their head even. It's not a bad curse. I am not an MFer, but mostly because I wasn't given the opportunity. Yeah, no thanks. I'm good here. Did not need. Okay, this I'm gonna not pluck these because I get the feeling that the pathing is real freaking specific. What? Oh, I might want a picture of this. How have I not taken a picture of a generic stone talus yet? Shiny says being after someone can mean different things depending on context. Too true. It's always contextual. Ascend through the talus. How about that one? I'm gonna... I guess I can use the frost talus sledge here. Oh, wait. Let's be efficient about this. There we go. Better. We were gonna have to two-cycle that if I didn't make the adjustment. That did not take long at all. I'm gonna put a little mark over there. To, what do I want? Do I want... Yeah, you know what? Let's put this on like a huge stick, and we've got like a good mining mallet for a while. Shiny's like, or Shiny says, guys, an ad told me hot milfs in my area are after me. Should I prepare a shelter? Nah, fam. This is what you do. Are you ready? Are you ready? You ready? You build a bathhouse, and then you will find they will go there, and then you will know exactly where they are. It's like over here. I know this is where the flower was. Thank you for the shrine video game. I'm going to trust that. Hey, I was able to come here again thanks to you. I actually secretly followed you. I was a little scared of the monsters, but I managed because of you. But it seems like it's shaped differently than what I saw before. I wonder who moved such a big boulder. How strange. Oh, I need to read this. You were able to reach the shrine in the forest by passing through an opening in the sky above the Lost Woods, which wasn't there before. You offered up the crystal that came from the stone talus, and a shrine of light appeared. Enter the shrine in order to acquire a light of blessing. I will. Prepare a shelter if you want, is what I'll say to that, Mr. Shiny. I don't do well with unwanted, romantic or sexual attention from people. That makes me feel really awkward. So I know I would definitely be getting far, far away if I actually believed in an advertisement like that. You know, and it's not like fake AI scam garbage. I know 4 adjectives and like, no, 2 adjectives and 2 nouns in one sentence or in one phrase. Repellently not English, I know. Resby says, ad block makes you really unattractive. Hasn't happened to me since I got one. I don't know what to make of that. Rasby says, meanwhile, women try to hit on me all the time and it's kind of annoying, Kappa. Ask the women, hot women, how they feel about that. And I'm sure they will tell you that it's also annoying. Although, depending on who you hear or whom you talk to, some women are actually experiencing a drought of company right now. The whole female loneliness epidemic problem. Raspy says drought is a good way to put it. Yes, sir. It is true. People are drier by the day, and there's less attention going around. I'm giving myself an applause for that one. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, did I tell you about the physical glass spirit orb replica you have? You have not, but continue. I got it with the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Creating a Champion Heroes Edition book. Oh, nice. Your room has to be full of these objects. Like, yes, you secretly followed me, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we're done with that here. We can painstakingly find the third path again and get started with this quest. I think I remember where it is. This leg of the Great Forest was always hard for me to navigate. Even in Breath of the Wild, I had a hard time finding the Korok for this last time. Let me also put on the correct armor until we need to get into combat again, like sustained combat. Yeah, I mean, men, there's like a male loneliness epidemic too. But here in the West, and more specifically, I know it exists in the US, Canada, and Australia, but I know it exists elsewhere as well, where it's like, yeah, men are just kind of noping out of relationships right now, whether it's due to unrealistic expectations, double standards, women, like 80% of the women are competing for 20% of men. Like, all that stuff is really making its rounds. It's sad. And all of that stuff is just like the latest manifestation of the gender war. Mr. Jason says, here's someone else's copy. I will endeavor to look at that. Well, yeah, I'm still working on, like, the bits of the browser setup, but I might be able to do this. Let me go and grab that. Copy. I want to see if I can't, like, just show this without... Oh, that's nice. I can, like, let's see, I could probably, let's see, where's the transform tool? Fit to screen. Nice. That's a really nice bit of memorabilia. I'm gonna go ahead and close that now. Nice cat, by the way. Let me go and catch up on chat, and then we can continue moving. There's the clip. Thank you for that. Mr. Shiny says, solution, find yourself a man. As a bisexual, I definitely appreciate more options. As a bisexual, I also definitely appreciate more options. I mean, there is an advantage to that, but at the same time, though, if you're bisexual, right, and you do actually, like the same sex or whatever, you do have to be careful, because a lot of people are going to say you have straight passing privilege, right? like, unless if you're dating someone of the opposite sex as a bisexual, they're going to say you have straight passing privilege. And so queer people hate your guts for that reason. It's actually a huge problem. I say huge, but like relatively huge. As like an actually bi person, I can kind of speak on this. There's like two different phenomena going on in the LGBT community. There's like a civil war happening, you know, between the LGBT part of the population and like the trans, non-binary, like intersex part of the population. And somewhere along the way, everyone secretly hates the bis for whatever reason. It's kind of why I tend not to make my sexuality anyone's business for the most part, because there are people that are like, ew, you're bisexual? Gross, pick a side. And you'll have straight and gay people. You'll have the straights and the queers telling you that up and down, pick a side, just pick one. And if it's not that, it's especially if you're a guy. For girls, there's like a different phenomena with this, where it's like, oh, she's doing it because it's cool. You know, bi women are just straight women trying to get attention, or they're fetishizing lesbian relationships, like women loving women or sapphic relationships. For men, it's like, oh, he's just gay. And he hasn't fully come out as gay yet. We need to do this like intermediate bisexual step first. That little phenomena is called bi erasure. So you've got straight people and queer people that can't make up their minds on where bisexual people are supposed to be in this whole thing. They can't decide if they hate us more or they're just trying to deny we exist. It's awful. And it's a lot of bi people. I should say a lot. I'll say some bi people like myself actually choose not to stand under the LGBT umbrella as a whole because of all the infighting that happens because everyone's too busy gatekeeping. We can't, if we have heterosexual relations, we're constantly worried about whether or not we're going to be outed as bi among others, among our straight partners' friends, and it gets real awkward. It's not really straight passing so much as if you're not invisible, you're ostracized. There are all kinds of videos on this, and I highly recommend watching that if you're curious. Because they do those content creators and authors do a much better job explaining it than I do. All I can say is what they have to say on the subject really solidifies why I don't make it people's business all too often. I realize that was a that was a sarcastic comment, right? But I felt the need to talk about it for some crazy reason. I do apologize about that. Raspy says, man, I pasted that link and instantly that browser source appeared. You got scared for a moment. WTF. So, yeah, clips are not gonna really... Playing a video while streaming is not really gonna go over well. Stream gets more crunchy than airing a regular browser, but I think I can at least do that. Mr. Jason says, and yes, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason has a sealed copy. Of course. You are an avid collector of Nintendo things, so that makes a lot of sense. Raspy says, if it wouldn't basically be a lie and unethical, if I would try to pick up a woman, you want to pretend that women fall for me all the time, and it's kind of annoying, and you just want to be friends, and actually make it seem genuine, because you can act really well and see the reaction. It's one of those, it's how do I word this? For me, when it comes to, like, relationships, right? I'm a huge believer in courtship. I think people should be friends first before they go and date. We talked about this yesterday. And for me, it's hard to wrap my mind around loving a random stranger in an intimate kind of way compared to, you know, liking a friend or, you know, family member. That's like a very different kind of relationship. What do you want to bet that this isn't going to let me... No, the game is just straight up letting me do it. Cool. That's awesome. Because only by really knowing the depths of a person, you know, for friendship, do you know whether or not they are, you know, a partner that completes you, in my opinion. You have to be straightforward with the intention. Like I am trying to court you. Like, be honest about that. And courtship is not a fast process. There's some people that want to get married in 6 months. Courtship is not about speed, it's about quality. I have relatives and, you know, step relatives that have courted each other. I'm gonna replace the sturdy wooden stick with that. Or did I say get married? Like, hold on. I have 2 or 3 things I'm trying to do at once here. Raspy says they should trial by combat to prove their strength and worthiness to be a girlfriend. Oh, so the Mummy Returns, is that the combat line you want? Where the female protagonist is preventing dueling another? Or maybe it's the Scorpion King I'm thinking of. I'm trying to remember which old movie that was, but there is a plot where 2 women are fighting for a man's attention. It's like a whole thing. Now, I'm sure there are some cults out there that are like that. Mr. Jason says, when the Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild Creating a Champion Heroes Edition book first released, it had a UK, I'm not sure what RRP means. That sounds like a retail price to me. Of £103.99, but Mr. Jason found 2 for £57 each. Nice! Well, that's quite the steal. 2 for the price of 1, literally. Raspy says 6 months of marrying sounds like a very long wedding. If you're talking about... I need to read this next sentence. Oh, you spoke well. I'm just overly joking. Fair enough. For me, it's one of those... I know there are people that have been burned by... Wait a sec. Hold the phone. We did not have to go very far for that. Oh, that's because we already did that with the 5 golden apples. That's what it is. Okay, we're done here. We actually have all the shrines. Who's coming after? Oh, that's a fire choo-choo. We can just get out of here with that. Raspy, Jason, I'm gonna make them an offer they cannot refuse, Kappa. Like the... Ah, your life. In exchange for your goods. Give me the dark soul. Something along those lines. 10 bonus points to anyone who can catch the reference I just made. If you're a gamer... If you're a gamer of, like, serious accolade, you will know what I'm talking about. Or if you are a long-time member of the channel, who Ooh, I know that one. I know that one. It's Mario Kart. Under what conditions were other souls in Mario Kart? Unless you're thinking of Bloodborne, not Bloodborne Kart. It would be called, I know it by Bloodborne Kart, but it goes by a different name now for copyright reasons. Oh God, what is it? God, I know because the Noble Demon made like soundtracks with actually made some of the soundtrack for it. Yes, yes. I know, Mr. Deku Tree, all about them resources. Okay, what quest is being tracked? Ah, okay, it's that one. Whirly swirly things. Circle in the water. That might be... That's one of these, like, other lakes, for sure. Maybe Lake Saria? Worth looking into, perhaps at a later date. Raspy says, I think I played Mario Kart with the wrong people. Possibly. That is a Dark Souls 3 reference I made. There's a boss, his name is Slave Knight Gale. You meet him throughout various points in your adventure if you have the Ringed City DLC. And when you finally find him at the end, he's like, ah, that. Give me that. Your dark soul. Because supposedly that soul is going to be furnished to an undead painter back in his home world to paint a new world for their people to go to. Raspy says, ah, yes, I know, Mr. Deku Tree, all about the damn resources. This sounds like a line a person probably said once while high in the history of humankind. Or you can be me with undiagnosed attention deficit disorder, and you can just like fuse sentences together to create new sentences. I can really exhibit the meaning of that's a whole new sentence. I didn't in fact say I like pancakes or I hate waffles. I said I like waffle fries. Something along those lines. Raspy says, I would have guessed it was Dark Souls. I know where we began, the Hitless Run, and it is a place I aim to return at some point. Right now, we are following the will of the people, but at some point, I'm going to steal the soul of my people, and I'm going to make the executive decision to return to my roots. Thank you for thank you guys for those redemptions. If you guys want to use those redemptions, they're in the channel points like pop up in the bottom left of the chat panel. Things coded in pink are just soundboard things. Things coded in purple are they're a bit more involved and
tree. Grant me suck.
And the things coded in black are default Twitch things. Like Twitch has those channel point rewards by default. So I've just coded them to be different. Welcome on in, Mr. Klebus. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind. I hope you enjoy your, I guess, 8-minute stay at this point. You've come right in on the tail end of the stream. I am doing just fine, good sir. Thank you for asking. Mr. Jason, if you are here, would you do the honors of giving Mr. Klebus a shout out? He's been working really hard on streaming games lately. He's a relaxed guy. He has it's just a really good time. Ah, the game being played is the Ghosts of Yotai. I've heard about that one. Thank you to Mr. Jason and Mr. Raspy for providing, the budget and non-budget shoutouts. Much appreciated. Mr. Klebus says, doing pretty good. Feeling a bit sick. Otherwise, really nothing much. I see. I'm sorry you're feeling sick. Here's to hoping you get to feeling better soon, and sooner rather than later. Otherwise, glad to hear it. How is Ghosts of Yotai, by the way? I know there's the, Ghosts of Tsushima. I know that's the previous game, and I know people were practically singing Tsushima's praises. So I'm really curious, you know, how the successor is. Like, whether it's better or worse. Raspy says, I'm just abiding the Godfather. I really don't want to start that. Klebus says Ghost of Yotai is better. More like Zelda. No landmarks or anything. So you're rewarded more and you're required to do more exploring. That's cool. I don't know how much of it you've played, but do you have like the determination of whether it's like strictly better or worse, or maybe not quite better or worse than its predecessor? Oh, you literally said that in the beginning. Yeah, Ghost of Yotai is better. Played first 3 hours. Oopsie, my bad. In an effort to not have us staring and listening to jovial music the whole time, I did want to run this Gloom Hands patch by us. I think that'll be a great place to call the stream afterwards. But are there Koroks seeds? Probably not. I think Ghost of Tsushima had like collectibles, so I want to say that Ghost of Yotai also has collectibles, but they probably serve a purpose. Probably not. Yes. Games not having Korok seeds are for the best. Do we call the stream afterwards the something something passage? What do you mean? This is how I'm going to refer to the stream from now on? I don't know. Okay. Oh, hello. Would you... Ow, that hurt. Come on. Oh, thank you, Tulin. Much appreciated. Why is everyone and their mother after me? Klebus says you can kill the bosses in non-linear order. Yeah, that certainly would make it better by like a great old country mile. Raspy says this is how I'm going to refer to the stream from now on, Kappa. You said we'll call the stream that afterwards. See, typical ADD things, for sure. So just before the afterwards event, we'll just call it the stream afterwards. We'll call it that. I feel like I'm listening to Commander Silex from Shy Guy Express's streams, where I can't quite tell like how mired he is in the real world, except it's me. I'm the one who sounds like Commander Silex. Commander Rasby? Now that would be funny. And you could be like the polar opposite of whoever that guy is. Oh, Klebus says in story mode. So is there like, are there like multiple modes to the game? Out of curiosity. For those who are wondering what I think I explained this momentarily, but I am working toward showing off the very scary, not at all nightmare-inducing, patch of Gloom Hands. There's like I think a 33% chance for them to spawn. Or maybe it's like a 50% chance to spawn. Gloom Hands are not all that fun. Raspy says, I always wanted to be a captain. But Raspy, hear me out, man. If you're a commander, good, the Gloom Hands have appeared. If you're a commander, then you can say, I'm Commander Raspy, and this is my favorite stream on the entirety of Twitch. Okay, not That's not supposed to be a self glaze or anything. Just saying. You could do the whole Mass Effect line there. Klebus says, I mean, there is a lo-fi mode, if you mean that. But nah, story mode is story. Okay, so it's not, there aren't exactly multiple modes. Makes sense. Mr. Jason says, we should just make a Discord. Godfather Jason Conciliaire Coin. And what would be the Godfather name for Rasby? Me? Maybe not. Rasby says, your wish is my command, Kappa. Self-insert an eye roll here. Mr. Jason is laughing. Mr. Shiny says, yeah, when this gloom spawn of Ganon shows up, things get out of hand. I'm gonna have that Titus laugh by Monday. Just you guys wait. It'll be great when that happens. Rasby says, let me think. Oh, that's in regard to that the whole Discord server. Mr. Klebus says, and this is the last statement I'll read before fighting our friends, the Gloom Hands over there. Klebus says they will be adding online multiplayer in 2026. It was really popular in the previous entry. Oh, that's neat. I didn't know that there was a multiplayer mode for the previous Ghosts game. Here's to hoping that this one is just as good as the last one, or better. All right, you guys ready for Nightmare Fuel? Here it is. You guys wanted it? Here we have the Nightmare Fuel. Oh, also, I should be efficient about this. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. All right. Which weapon are we wielding today? A sword. And as we can also see, Phantom Ganon is in fact hitting just as hard as I remember him hitting. Okay, that's one. Oh, I don't have too many real weapons left. Gotcha. Fun fact, Phantom Ganons are the fastest attackers in the Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild engine ever. That horizontal slash in particular is like the fastest attack, period. And the dodge window to get the flurry rush on it is basically like right before the weapon even swings. This was very hard for me to do. Mr. Jason can back me up on this. He put that as a challenge to me. I'm not at the point where I'm consistent at it yet, but if I'm good at anticipating that he's going to be doing the horizontal swing, I am starting to get when I should be dodging for a flurry rush. He hits hard. He has a gloom pull. You stand in it. You lose your max health as you stand in it. Phantom Ganon is not to be messed with. And I'm going to replace this with a skull, because now we've done it. Cool. Okay, let me catch back up on chats, and then we are going to be calling it a stream from there, because I got a client job tomorrow. I do have to get packed and ready for that. Just so people are aware. Otherwise, I would totally raid and, do all the other stuff. This has just not been a great week or great month for streaming lately. It really, really hasn't. So sorry about that. You guys think I should do a 24-hour stream, huh? Maybe, or like a 12-hour stream. I'll think about it. That way, we can entertain, our American, our European, and our oceanic friends. I'd like to get everybody in here at some point. Anyway, reading back on messages. I already read that. Rasby says, I want to either be the hitman or enforcer or button man or mug. Maybe a mug. Mr. Jason says, Rasby, lead enforcer. Rasby says, I can't just think of anything. What do you think, Godfather? I wanted to be concilier, but Coin already took it. What am I, the valet? Is that basically what that word means? I'm not too familiar with that. And this is coming from someone who has taken some Italian lessons. I just don't know that word. Rasby says, I want to be the collector, the loan shark. Ah. Mr. Shiny says, there's still plenty of time to perfect dodge. I'm at least good enough to do it consistently. Kappa? Why? Sure. I'm totally not going to raise an eyebrow at that. The Kappa there tells me there's some sarcasm, but I believe you. I mean, it's just a matter of anticipating when the dodge window is. That's how all the challenge runs that I've ever done for Dark Souls and Elden Ring Reforged have worked, is you just anticipate the window and you react accordingly. Rasby goes on to say, I ought not be leading or enforcing. I'm just a mere pawn. As the shadows slowly vanish, such should be my presence. I don't know. People got to spend some amount of time in the light. Can't always be in the shadows. But I get your point. Some people are not slated to be in open-facing positions, whether that be, in life or elsewhere. 12, Rasby says, or 12 is good enough. 24 hours is painful after the 15th hour. Yeah, I'll say. And that may be you guys get 24 hours of streaming, but you guys don't necessarily get 24 consecutive hours. Some of that might be Twitch exclusive, I'm just the sleeping category, I think is what it is. Something like that. I don't rightly know how it'd work out something like that yet. It just kind of depends on the duration. I have to think about it. Rasby says, Coin has a client tomorrow. I do. I have a house that I am sitting tomorrow, and it's supposed to be empty until they return, Sunday afternoon. That's about as much as I'm going to say. I'm to make sure that house is safe and the pets are safe, fed, and happy. Rasby says the concilier is the brain of the operation. The second in command makes sense. And replaces the Godfather if he gets murdered. Fair. Rasby says, I'm very good at public speaking. Haven't seen a vampire in the last 200 years or so. Those two sentences don't seem related. Or maybe I'm missing the relation there and it'll pop up here in this next one. Rasby says, I watched a 24-hour stream very recently, and after the 13th, 14th hour, it really went downhill. It wasn't really helping anyone. It was time for the sake of time. Yeah, 24-hour streams you have to do a lot of prep for. I knew a guy, I know of him. His name is Toasted Ringtail. He does 24-hour streams sometimes. He has a raccoon model VTubing avatar, and he does those, and he gets pretty delirious at the the 18-hour mark or the 21-hour mark. He kind of has to do a lot of prep work for that. He has to drink water. He has his spouse help him out, stuff like that. You kind of have to know how to entertain when you're delirious. And I can hardly entertain when I am not delirious. So I cannot imagine what it would be like if I were to entertain with only part of my brain functioning. I would definitely not be able to correct any of the pronunciation or spelling mistakes. Guaranteed. I would just not even think about it. that part of my brain would be pfft. If you want to hear me say bone apple teeth instead of bon appetit, that might be the stream for you. Mr. Shiny says vampire, the word I haven't heard in 300 years. What is this deal with vampires? Raspy says, gotta keep the house clean and safe. Then they go on to say, you mentioned you need to be in the sun eventually, or light. So you mentioned vampires. Ah, that's what that is. Makes sense. Yeah, you just... Look, if you don't need to be in the shadows, don't. Because sometimes you might not make it back out to the light again. That's all. Just gotta... Like, humans are meant to be... diurnal creatures. The opposite of nocturnal, for those who don't know that word in English. Resby says, if you're already delirious and entertaining, then you can always entertain. Exactly. And I can be neither of those things when I'm not delirious. Okay. I know. I went from self-glazing to self-deprecating, but in all seriousness, I can
Stop right there, criminal scum.
I can have the personality of a wet mop sometimes, and this is when my faculties are fully functioning. I cannot imagine, and I partly don't want to imagine what would happen if...
It's just asinine.
If I didn't have all those fully functioning faculties. I will definitely think about... Wet mops get women wet. What? Ew! That's funny, but that kappa also didn't come out as a kappa because it lacked the capitals. This isn't this kind of stream. No, thank you. Definitely not. Okay. Thank you guys. That made this note slightly less depressing. I really do appreciate it. We will be back on Monday, unless something comes up, knock on wood. Raspy's like, check out my OnlyFans links right below. No thank you. There are people who put those in link trees, by the way. So if you ever see a link tree and you're like, ew, what's this like nasty picture? Like, I should say nasty, but this like arousing picture. Yeah, some people do put that stuff in link trees. So just be aware. It will flag work computers accordingly. Where? Linktree. If you look below the video player, if you look below the video player on Twitch in the right-hand corner of that banner, that I have a Linktree. And it's like a place to host a bunch of different kinds of links. I have ones for the Discord, I have ones for my Patreon and Coffee page, and so on. You can see how my link tree gets flagged, Kappa. And then Shiny's like, ew, naked people. Look, I can't be the only one that's like, I wouldn't mind seeing a potential partner naked, because at that point I'm like into them. They're like the person I'm supposed to be intimate with. Like, just seeing random people naked, absolutely not. And even in like clubs of ill repute, of which I have been to once, I left mostly underwhelmed and I wish I didn't see that. Absolute heresy. Absolute heresy. I know, me, a grown man, talking about naked people and being unenthused about it. Yes, that's definitely heresy. Anyway, speaking of heresy, at some point I have to stop committing heresy and end this stream. So, I do thank you guys for all of your wonderful commentary. Mr. Klebus, Mr. Raspy, Mr. Shiny, Mr. Alan, Mr. Jason, and everyone else, really. Or stop the stream to commit heresy. That sounds like don't threaten me with a good time now. Anyway, Thank you guys. We will be back on Monday. My name is CoinStamp. Most people call me Coin. I'm like the change in your pocket. The wealth can come and go, but the prosperity never leaves. Do stay safe. Do take care of yourselves. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. I will have those Elden Ring Reforged routing videos up by tomorrow, by Jove, or God help me. And you guys can count on that. I'll see you guys next time. And with that, goodbye.